So, the crew of the Valiant, on their way to the kingdom of Pernoia, the fallen elven kingdom, in search of answers for Captain Kaiasaya's questions and also Fukler's questions about their current quest and journey, on their way to the blistering heat and the sandstorm-ridden land of the Eldritch Kingdom far to the east. Upon landing, they've encountered some dangerous individuals, Bodax and a corpse flower. Taking one of their party members down, Bayhorn, down to the brink of life and into the first steps of death before Kaisaya's husband Chakna manages to rush over and save him, pulling his thread back together, make sure that the fates don't take him today. After the fight was done, a little bit more exploration, you all subsequently started to investigate the waters around the area. These pure and abundant magical waters, these lakes that are flowing by. As you guys were investigating, you guys were also interrupted by this purple, grayish skinned elf woman who calls herself Maria. Vague with her answers and prudent with your questions, she decided that you guys all seem friendly enough and she will take you throughout the river's journey by boat and then eventually by land to the open crater, this giant, massive, mountainside that is blocking the majority of your view from the outside looking in. However, every time you look up through the tree of this sea of clouds, or the sea of trees above you, you see the crater is getting closer and closer by the hour. However, night fell, and you all decided that it's possibly the best time to take a seat, relax. Conversations were heard, decisions and choices were made. Fugler met a giant spider calling himself the Yarn Spinner, as the spider gave him a story and left him a silky web hut. But he decided not to spend the night there, thinking it was a trap. Bayhorn and Isolde had a insightful and deepful, meaning one-to-one talk before Bayhorn was left to take the first watch, and Bayhorn decided to turn his soul crystal onto himself and change a little bit. Once known as a dashing and sneakily quick-footed rogue, decided to turn himself into a wizard. As he took flight into the night sky, elated at his new abilities, someone down below was partaking into a nightmare. As Fugler was awakened by all sorts of dreams and nightmares aplenty, woken up not once, not twice, but a third and final time to the creaks and the chirps of bugs outside and the seeming wind gusts that are blowing through the trees. So we'll start off there. Fugler, it is early morning. You just woke up from a nightmare within a nightmare. You don't hear any fire or anything else going outside as you're currently still in your tent.
God. I swear if there's 3 more nightmares after this, I'll lose my mind. I'm gonna get out of my... What time is it?
The sun has not come up, but from the little area that you can see as you look up, you can see some very light blue, so the sun will probably come up in about an hour or so.
Okay, so it's 4 or 5 a.m.-ish.
5 a.m.
Yeah, no, okay. If that's the case, Fugler's gonna peek his head out of his tent. It's usually darkest before the sun rises, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, if he peeks his head out of his tent and looks with his scary eye, what does he see?
With your scary eye, roll a perception.
I don't get advantage on anything with perception anymore.
No,
I
you
never
don't.
did, but I want good perception one of these days. One of these days, I want a good perception, and
Today's not that
I'm immediately changing my dice.
day. As you take a look around, immediately you do see Isolde is actually sitting near the pond. Bayhorn is nowhere to be found. Tiana and Finnegan are nowhere to be found either. You assume everybody's asleep except for Isolde. Isolde's just petting Bubbles. She's giving him a little ear scratch.
Fukler,
She doesn't
wary
notice you.
wary of his recent what's it called?
Endeavor.
Well, not endeavor. Recent happenings in his dreams. He's going to ever so quietly bring his head back into his tent. Because not wanting to interact with Isolde after just having a nightmare about Isolde. um, I I am very good. Thank you, though. Well, I haven't gotten my full 8 hours yet, so Fugler is going to try and pace around his tent for a little bit, and then eventually go back to sleep.
Okay. Sleep overtakes you easily, as far as you don't expect it to come as quickly due to the fact that you had some nightmares back to back. However, the rest of your long rest goes through perfectly fine, so everybody does get a long rest. The early light starts to shine through. You hear birds chirping. The leaves are slightly turning. Who wakes up first? I'm going to ask. I'm going to let anybody chip in and start role playing freely.
Not me. I sleep a little longer.
Oh, poor boy. I probably would wake up first because I probably would have been up for a hot while.
Okay, you wake up first. What are you going to do as everybody's like starting to wake up?
I'm gonna go out of the tent and just take a look around and see if anything catches my eye.
Immediately as you step out of the tent, you notice that Isolde is sitting down. Her knees are up to her chest area, and she's slowly petting Bubbles as Bubbles is currently now on his backside, and he's like getting belly rubs. And you see like every now and then Bubbles' legs kind of twitches a little bit. Um, Other than that, roll me a perception check. Well, you don't see anything else out in the distance or in the vicinity of the tree line. Everything seems pretty calm and normal for the most part.
I'll just start eating some food from my
All right.
rations.
Fair enough. Bayhorn, are you gonna do anything as you're starting to also wake up from your night of adventure flying around through the clouds?
Yes, I will wake up and now try and summon my lightning elemental again.
Okay. Do you have the spell, or are you just gonna try to summon it
I'm
as
gonna
like a
do the
familiar?
thing.
The
Yeah.
thing? Alright. Roll me an Arcana check.
My wizarding senses have failed me. 16.
With a 16, as you start to like wave your hand over this like little area, at first you start to see the beginnings of this elemental, this lightning elemental, before you kind of like cock your head a little bit and you slightly turn your hand by like a 45-degree angle, and suddenly the elemental starts to like grow in size. No longer is it a tiny creature the size of like a small gnome child. It's now starting to turn a little bit bigger and like get almost the size of a dwarf, kind of like a little bit like 3 to 4 feet tall, and it's like starting to get a little bit bigger in size. And it's kind of just standing there, just watching you. It's like moving from side to side, little electricity bursts coming off of its
Right.
shoulders.
I wish to focus on prolonging its duration for as long as I can.
Okay. Roll me one more Arcana check.
Another 16.
Another 16. You can tell if you wish to prolong your lightning elemental familiar, in a sense. You are going to have to burn a spell slot. Depending on the spell slot, depends on how long it'll probably stay out. This is your first time actually like summoning it, and it has like a physical form no longer than like a minute. It's like staying like active now.
I can't do it without a spell slot.
As far as you can tell, if you don't put a spell slot into it, it'll probably dissipate within the next 10 minutes. It probably can't really do anything at the moment, but except showing as like a sense of accomplishment that you finally summoned it for once.
Alright, I'll leave it at that. Another time, I will do a spell slot in it.
So you're not... Right now is not the time. Okay.
I will let it just kind of gradually dissipate on its own.
Okay. You eventually, as you continue watching it, it like starts to move around your little spot in the tent before you start to see it kind of like shiver a little bit, and you see the size kind of go from like a dwarf to like a gnome to like a little bit smaller to like a cat, and then finally it just dissipates. But you do feel a weird sense of a pride and accomplishment that it finally actually stayed longer than a minute.
Very good. Very good. I will be satisfied with that. I will now go outside.
As you go outside, you notice that the daylight is starting to like slowly beam through. You still hear Fukler's snores coming in the tent. You notice that Kayasai is active within the giant stone house thing that she's made. You don't know what she's doing exactly. You see Solde is currently petting Bubbles as she's keeping an eye out. You don't see Finnegan or Tiana yet. You're probably assuming they're still in the tent or in their own tent.
They be doing shit. I'll go say hi to Isolde.
She kind of looks at you a little bit and she says, "Oh, good morning. How was your sleep?"
It was good. I saw the crater.
"Oh. Did you take off exploring last night?"
Something like that.
She kind of cocks her head a little bit. She's going to roll an insight on you.
Uh-oh.
Alright, what's she gonna roll?
So that's a 20, and she also gets advantage.
Oh, is she gonna roll natural 20 now?
So no, regular. So flat 20. Are you going to keep this as a lie, or are you just gonna?
I'll tell the wife.
You'll tell the wife.
Let me see how I can show the wife.
I like how you're like, yeah, I'm gonna hide this until I die, and then suddenly it's
no.
I'm gonna tell the wife.
The wife gets to know. The party does not get to know. Alright. Can I just, for role-playing sake, like half-cast one of my spells to show her that I can cast magic now?
I mean, all wizards and witches and other magical users can like freely cast things. Like they don't cost a spell. It's called a cantrip.
Cantrips.
Yeah, but I want to show her I can cast more than a cantrip.
Then you're gonna have to use a spell slot.
Yep.
Let me see. What do I have the most of?
Certain cantrips only wizards or only like spellcasters can do, though.
See,
and here's the thing: she knows you're just a rogue with like some spell capacity.
All right. I'll cast a message on her and say I can do magic.
So when you cast message, you have to like say it out loud before the magical verbal message goes through her head. So she kind of like looks at you and she just says like, "Yes, of course, I know that you can use magic. It's on your back."
Does she understand that I just casted message, which I shouldn't have?
No, she doesn't understand because one, message is a verbal spell that you have to speak out loud. So if you're just telling somebody in front of you that you're gonna tell them something while you cast message at the same time, it's like they got the.
I'm thinking of them?
It's sending is what you're thinking
about. I thought it was.
So when you cast message, you kind of tell her the phrase, and then she hears it, but in her mind she's like, "Yeah, I hear you." Like what?
Dumbass.
Mhm.
Whisper a message.
You should read your spell slots.
What says whisper a message? Don't they
Ending.
hear the message as if it's like a spoken voice in their head?
Kind of, but it's also like when you're talking to someone, you can hear them.
Mhm.
You know.
The bigger spells that you might be looking for is like bending or prestidigitation.
Kind of looking
I've
at you
had
confused a little bit.
You should use fly again. You know.
Third level
the-
spell.
He's kind of looking at you. She's like,
So.
"What do you mean, Behorn? Did you hit your head last night?"
Well, okay.
Oh my
when I
God.
class changed, it gave me my tome, right?
You what
Yeah.
in the huh?
All right. I'm pulling out my tome and I'm gonna show it to her.
Where did you get that? Did you pull that out from Fukler's bag?
I'll pull out the soul gem and discreetly show her.
Oh, what is this?
I told you I can cast magic now.
So did you? I surmise you imbued or attuned to this item, and now you can cast things. What else did? What does it do exactly?
You know me as the rogue that you once knew, right?
Yes, and I would prefer to keep it that way. Why?
Well, for now, because I have realized that I am extremely weak right now when we go into combat because of how I fight, I decided to take up more of a supporting role that also gets to stay alive.
She kind of looks at you a little bit surprised at the word of supporting role coming from you. She says, "A supporting role? You know that's usually my job, right?"
Yeah, but that fight where I get to have 2 heart attacks in a row,
Well,
I think anything short of a revivify can support that.
I think at that point it's a little bit of a change of battle tactics, not just
This
changing
is
your
my battle
whole.
tactic change.
This is more than a battle tactics change. This is changing who you are fundamentally.
Complete upheaval.
I wouldn't say
I,
that.
I
I
think what you
still
could
do
have
my
done in
normal.
your last fight was possibly, I don't know, maneuver away from the enemies and take them from afar. That's why you have that fancy Eldritch gun weapon, right? Or your bow and arrow, or your throwing knives.
We had throwing knives.
Oh, well, we used to, but if you don't have them on you right now, then we'll get you some new ones.
Behorn's gonna pat himself down. He's like, throwing knives? What?
We have no throwing knives.
Huh? We had throwing knives?
Yes, we had throwing knives specifically for you as well. They were returners as well, so you would be able to throw them and call them back to your hand.
Way to miss out, jackass.
I don't have any more of those. That's for sure.
Well, when we get back to civilization, we shall find a blacksmith and we'll get you some throwing knives. Or on the ship. I
We could
know.
always make him on the ship.
I know Chakna's a great, skilled forge man. Have you told anybody else about this?
Nope.
She kind of gives you like a
I
stern
did
look.
this last night after everybody went to bed.
So you did this last night when nobody else was available to keep watch or keep an eye on you. What if something went wrong?
Well, these were gifts from the queen. She wouldn't give us things that would kill us.
She kind of like tilts her head a little bit and like raises her eyebrow, like a "Are you sure?" type of moment.
I mean, she needs her, how do you say, special units to be alive and well, considering I've already had a mission for her.
As much as I don't deny that the queen has been very forgiving, especially during my situation, and very generous with other situations, kings and queens only want one thing: power and protection. Well, I guess I could say two things. Don't just put your trust in a person because they have high status or power. It's what got you killed last time. I'm not saying don't trust her. I'm just saying ask questions first, like your captain. At least she has the intelligence to ask first and then shoot later.
Well,
Don't tell her
Fun
I
is
said
that?
that. I feel like she and I have gotten off on the wrong foot, and I would like to build that bridge one plank at a time.
I'll leave that much for you and her to hash out. Yeah.
Good.
But
Now,
I mean,
should
I can
we?
always just go back tomorrow or tonight.
If it works out, then stay. If that truly makes you happy. Just, we should probably tell your captain and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Then I'll leave you to it. I'll let you tell them. But anyways, can you take care of this one? And she kind of like lifts Bubbles up with both of her hands and just hands him to you.
Bubbles, what's wrong with him?
He's fine. I just need to go freshen up. It's kind of humid out here at the moment, and now that you kind of realize it, as like she says that, you are in the middle of a jungle, and it's starting to get early morning, so the sun is kind of start bearing down, and you see she's a little bit sweaty already on her cheeks. I would like to freshen up a little bit while we still have the bathhouse.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll take care of him.
Appreciate it. Anyways, good morning. I'll see you later.
Alrighty.
And she just walks off into the big house. Kaisai, are you in there or are you in the tent?
I'm in the second level.
In the second level? You hear the door open, but it's not like a crashing or anything. You're assuming it's one of your party members.
Mm-hmm.
Bayhorn, is there anything else you're going to do as now you're holding Bubbles in your hands, and Bubbles is kind of looking at you and kind of sniffs you a little bit before he gives you a lick on the cheek.
And he looks at me,
I'm giving him
and I
pets.
look at
Good
him,
him.
and he looks at me, and I look at him,
Actually, you know what?
and he
Bayhorn,
looks
go
at
ahead.
me,
Go ahead and
and
roll
I
me.
look at him.
Go ahead and roll me a charisma save real quick.
Save? Why do I have to roll a charisma save?
Bubbles
Yeah, charisma save.
can tell
I rolled
your
a
inner
17.
sins.
I rolled a 17.
17. Man, Bubbles is one of the most bubbliest, one of the most chunkiest little land sharks you've ever seen. You just want to pinch his cheeks and kind of want to give him all your rations. Wait, what are you thinking about? Why are you? And he's kind of like looking at you weird.
Bubbles, stop charming me. You little goober.
He kind of gives like a half smile and his like tongue kind of flaps out.
I'll give you some food if we find some. You can't have all my food. I'll starve.
His tongue kind of goes back into his mouth and he has like a solid like stern face at you before he just nods his head.
Good boy. Now go wake up your father. It's late.
Okay. You put him down and
Put him down. Watch him
he
starve.
runs on over into the tent before suddenly, Pukler, as like you're still in your sleep, you feel like a heavy thud on your chest. You notice Bubbles is standing on top of you and he's wagging his little tail.
Good morning, little fellow. Would you like
Starts-
something to eat?
He starts licking your face.
No. Hey, big guy. How you doing?
Roll an insight check on Bubbles.
Oh boy. The strong way to start the day. Insight. Nah,
Did
he's
his
the little
soulmate
guy.
give him a-
He's
give him
my
a
little
spell
guy.
slot?
Okay, so with the 5, you can tell this isn't a nightmare. This is actually Bubbles. However, there's something about him that makes him. He seems more joyful, more cheerful for some reason. You're not too sure why.
Buddy, you seem to be in a good mood today.
Yes, father. I had a good night tonight.
Good night tonight?
Good night tonight.
Why is tonight good night?
Oh no, not tonight. Last night. Good night last night.
Why was last night good night?
Good food, good people.
That's good, buddy. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm sorry you haven't been able to swim in the river like you probably would have wanted.
It's okay. No worries.
But you can walk on the water like Shark Jesus. That's really impressive.
Who's Jesus?
Very important religious figure on a different planet. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
His natural 20 perceptions. We're sundered that up.
I feel like Fukler, if he does actually reference Jesus, which I doubt Jesus exists in D&D in your universe, Adrian, you would just say, religious mumbo jumbo, don't worry about it.
I mean, you don't know that.
Space Jesus exists?
I mean,
You don't know that.
Cedric, we
Don't
need...
look at me. Don't look at me.
We
Don't look at me.
need to start space Christianity.
Fugler's legitimately the fucking Allfather.
I want to start space
Do
Christianity.
I get to
Cedric.
spread your word? Can I
Yes.
be your crusader? Your first crusader?
Yes. Yes.
He is the Emperor.
You'll get to be
I
the
will
first
spread
pope.
the emperor's will.
Hell yeah. But that's probably what I would say. Actually, can I roll religion to see if I know about Space Jesus?
Yeah, roll religion.
12. Do I know about Space Jesus? I probably know of him vaguely. I don't know a lot about him, but I know of him. That's what I would get.
There's no specific thing as Space Jesus. However,
Really?
you have heard of like whisperings of a god named Lythander, who is pretty much a lawful good type of person. And he's the god of suffering and endurance. So it kind of matches.
Space Jesus. One of these days, Lythander, me and you're gonna have a heart-to-heart, talk-to-talk. But besides that, I'm probably gonna get up, see what Bubbles is up to besides, running around, scratching himself, and running around more. And if he has nothing he wants from me, I'm probably gonna go try and see what everybody else is trying to do for food.
Okay.
Because everybody's
Um,
probably gonna be a little bit hungry.
I would say that as you step out of your tent, you do notice Bayhorn's kind of just sitting in the middle of the courtyard area, and he's kind of just keeping watch. He's eating his rations. He kind of looks at you, and you look at him.
And he looks at me.
And I look at him.
And he looks at me. And I look at him.
What's up?
Nothing much. What are we gonna do for food? I mean, I have rations, but I only have
You're
a
the
few
chef,
days
brother.
worth. Dumbass, we in the forest.
You're the chef, bro.
You gonna help me hunt for food or not?
I mean, I can.
Please.
There you go.
Alright. Look, I know everybody is, quote, content eating rations, unquote.
Nah, this shit. I want my breakfast tacos back, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I do too. But the ship is in the bottle, and we don't have really anywhere to place it without it turning into base materials.
I mean, we can always cut down the forest life around here.
Fukler gently looks over at the forest, and then looks back at Bayhorn. No.
No? If you say so.
I mean, when you have a hammer, it's a little hard to cut down trees,
You also do remember the giant spider that you talked to last night. It'd be quite a shame if something were to.
Also, yeah, no, there are cool things that live in this forest.
Yeah.
I think we should just take bounty of it. Not destroy it, but take what it has a little bit.
Alright,
And-
let's see what kind of fruit this place has in stock for us on the trees.
Actually, no, that's a good point. We
Roll
haven't
survival check.
actually.
The survival?
We-
Okay.
Oh god.
Let's hope it be nature check. I rolled an 18.
I rolled a natural too.
I rolled a natural 18. I'm so happy about that. It's not gonna go very well later though.
Well, to start with the survival check, You definitely kind of look around the trees, look at the dirt and everything. You see no markings of any wild game. You have no idea what any of the trees are. You don't know exactly what the fruits on the trees, because there is fruits and other things hanging off the trees, but you don't know what they are.
Okay. There are fruits hanging off the trees.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take one.
Okay. Give me
I
one
rolled-
second here.
I rolled a natural 2, so I don't know if there are any consequences to that. But I'm gonna take one and eat it. That's for sure.
Okay. Roll me, let me see, hold on a second.
Oh God. Oh no. Cedric, I think I regret.
Hey man, all you. Let me know how that goes for you though.
Let's see here. Let me get my list out. Roll me a d6. You're kind of looking at like all these like variations of like different fruits, veggies, and other like things that are hanging off these trees. Go ahead and just roll me a d6, please.
Natural 1.
Number 1. Okay.
Number 1.
You kind of see like it's like a golden skin pear, and it has like a mirror-like sheen. It's super shiny. Any shinier, you can swear you can see your base reflection out of it. It looks plentiful. It looks plump.
Eat it, you won't.
Golden sheen.
It's like a golden skin, like pear-like type of appearance. It like has like a mirror-like sheen.
Alright, Bayhorn, if I die immediately from this, go get Chakna.
You probably won't die.
I don't know about that.
Hopefully.
Hold on. Opera GX is deciding it wants to shit its pants. Give me one moment, please.
Yeah, you're
I'm
fine.
going to bite into the fruit definitely though. Do you hear me?
Yeah. All right, so you're gonna take a bite. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
A con saving throw?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
God, I'm changing my dice again.
You didn't get Vecna out here.
No, it's
Alright.
not Vecna, that was the Everlasting.
All right, roll me a d4.
D4? Okay, let me get my new dice out.
New white.
Treasure Hoard.
I thought you were about to say treasure whore. I was like, hey, that's me.
Treasure Hoard, Cedric.
Yeah, it's me.
It's me.
That's you.
Hey man, I'm not ashamed of it.
You should be.
I'm the guy who gets you treasure when you don't find it.
I have to roll you a what, Adrian?
A d4.
Do I die?
No.
Potentially.
Two.
Yep.
Yeah.
As you bite into it, the golden like juices start to like flow off your lips and like down your cheeks. It tastes really good, like almost like an ambrosic effect. Like you're not too sure why this fruit tastes as good as it should, but you're assuming it's because of the waters of the roots that these trees are drinking from down below. Vehorn, as he's like consuming this pear, you notice that he just keeps eating it. And suddenly he eats the whole entire thing, core included, and he just like tosses the stem with his middle claw out to like somewhere on the patches around you. And you kind of like tilt your head a little bit as you're looking at Fukler. Fukler starts to like shrink a little bit. Like just a
Shit.
tiny bit. Like he lost like a few inches. And he also looks a little bit slimmer and younger.
Oh, god damn it.
So Fukler, currently at the moment you are considered you rolled a 2 on your d4, 2 years younger.
Shit, it was exactly like yesterday. Fuck.
God
God
no,
damn it.
enough of
Your
me
hammer,
is
see
fruit, and you could totally be the same age as Pyra.
I don't want to hear anything you have to say, Shelby.
It's okay. I ship it anyway.
Is my hammer
Ship
still
it.
normal?
Yeah, your hammer's still normal.
Oh, thank God. Shit.
And now that you're finished with the pair, Fukler, you're looking over at Bayhorn and you're like, how did Bayhorn get a little bit taller? That's odd.
How many inches specifically did I lose? I was like 8
2.5.
feet tall. 2.5 inches? I was like 8 feet tall. That's not that many.
It's not that many, but you still can kind of like,
Why is
you know?
Bayhorn? When did you get taller?
Nah, man, you got shorter.
For real?
For real.
Oh shit! Not again.
You
This is the
shouldn't
same
have
shit that
eaten
happened
it.
yesterday.
You shouldn't have eaten it.
I'm hungry.
I am too.
I have a child to feed. And Fukler points at Bubbles.
I was
Bayhorn.
gonna say. You wanna run that back, motherfucker?
Bubbles, you see, is currently sliding on the water that he can't swim through.
It's a water slide now.
He's starving.
He's looking at the fish in it. And he just goes, "Rrrr."
He's doing that thing where cats, when they drink water, like paw at like the water and stuff. Like,
Mhm.
You know,
yeah,
I honestly would not recommend that Bubbles even eats the fish here.
he can't. That's the
But
thing.
even if he could, I would not recommend it.
Well, he's a fey creature, so I don't know if this would have the same effect on him.
Bayhorn,
Well-
are you gonna pick a fruit or veggie and eat it?
You totally should.
Sure, why not?
I hope you get the one that makes you like significantly older.
All right.
You just want me to suffer.
This time, as you're looking around, roll a d8.
Roll a D8?
Yeah, this time.
Yeah, because you had a higher survival check than me.
Yep.
Oh, I see more.
You see a little bit more fruit and veggies.
D8. A 6. I rolled max on. Why am I not
Oh.
joining the activity? I thought I clicked this.
You kind of look around, and near a bush, near one of the bases of the trees, you see these like dark, almost like black fig-looking fruits. They have like tiny silver flecks on their skin, though.
Can I roll something to discern if I'm gonna die from this?
That's a survival check.
Can I roll a survival check?
Yeah.
Another 18.
Another 18.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say with an 18 survival check, this thing won't kill you. However, it's definitely got some interesting magical effects within it due to the fact that all these fruits and trees are being fed water from the magical mixture of the lakes around you.
Am I correct to assume that I cannot discern what effect I will get, just that it has an effect?
It has an effect, you don't know what it will do.
Alright. I'm gonna eat it.
Okay. This time, make me a wisdom saving throw.
You bitch!
That's
No!
What did you roll?
7.
7?
Even with other Bayhorn's help, I'm still not good enough.
It's odd. Like, as you're eating this fig, the juices are very bitter, but it's pretty tasty in the same sense. Fukler, as you watch Bayhorn eat, you see the silver skin bits. As he consumes the fig, you see like little silver strands start to like appear and rotate around his like head. Before they kind of like vanish. Bayhorn, during the middle of your eating, you were vividly remembering the time when you broke your ankle running around in your forest in your childhood before it just slips away from you.
I'm gonna grab more and eat them.
How many more?
How many more are on the tree?
There's a bundle. It's very abundant here.
I'll eat another one just to be safe.
All right, roll me another wisdom saving throw.
23!
23?
Who would have seen the day that a Bayhorn rolls anything higher than a 7 on it?
All right. As you consume this, Fukler, as he consumes the second one, and you're kind of worried, like you should probably not do that, but he immediately eats it. You see the silvery threads start to like interlink and lock with each other like a halo around his head. And suddenly, Bayhorn, as you finish gulping down the fig, you vividly remember you're running around, you're chasing after your Mastiff Terrier dog. Your mother's calling out for you for dinner time, and you suddenly like place your foot into a rabbit hole, and you accidentally break your ankle. And as you're starting to like weep and cry, your mother like comes out and she heals you with the restoration spell, and you feel your bones start to like snap back into place. Before you kind of look at her, and she gives you like a kiss on the head and like smacks you a little bit, and she says, "Be careful where you're running and where you're stepping. Go inside for supper." And you immediately like feel yourself as a kid jump up and you run inside to go have dinner.
You should try and talk to your mom.
Can I interact with this?
Wait,
No.
At all?
You can't.
was it? Wait, lesser restoration can't fix bones.
Did she cast greater restoration on me?
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
My mom,
Who's
like-
Bayhorn's mom?
Was my mom like overpowered as shit?
Was his mom like a high cleric?
You vividly remember
Can I
this.
use this?
You vividly remember this single memory, and you're like, you vividly remember it. Like you just went through it, like not even a minute ago.
Alright, with this new information bolstering my mind, can I roll a history check to try and remember who my mother was?
You can.
A 15.
15? You don't remember much about your mother besides that one specific memory.
Damn it.
You do remember, yeah, she did magic, but you didn't know how great or bolsterous the magic was.
Artificer, bard, cleric, or druid. You could have had a wolf mom.
A wolf mom.
Or a snake mom, what? I'm sorry?
Oh
Yeah,
my!
makes
Oh!
What did I say? I didn't say that.
That makes sense.
God.
Huh. I'm gonna eat another one.
Are you?
I guess
I
that
want
would.
another one.
I guess that would technically count as a reduction to one of the target's ability scores. Yeah, no.
What?
That one effect reducing the target's hit point maximum. A broken bone. I'm wondering. Greater
Yeah, it would reduce my
restoration.
movement.
Yeah, no, restoration technically isn't a quote healing spell, unquote, but when used, it can undo an effect that would affect the target's ability scores, affect the target's hit point maximum. So yeah, I think those two things would probably be a broken leg.
Yeah, it would be. Because that's your dexterity saving throws and scores going down the drain.
Yeah, no. So, yeah, no, that checks. That checks definitely.
My mom is
Shit,
goated
man.
as fuck.
Your mom might have been a bard.
Isolde. My mom and Isolde, they liked each other a lot because they were the same class.
You should ask Isolde about your mom. You know, she's your wife, or quote
She's
wife,
my
unquote.
complicated wife.
Complicated wife.
That's what I'm gonna say that she is. She's my complicated wife. Like she
As
is
you
my
guys-
wife. But she's also complicated.
As you guys are having this conversation, you see Finnegan stepping out of his own tent, and he's putting on like his morning robes and everything. He kind of looks at you guys and he's like, morning. What you guys doing out already?"
Hey Finnegan, eat one of these, and he'll toss one of those fruits to him.
Ah, he catches it. Where'd you get this? You got it from the trees
this
over here?
tree. Yeah, this tree, but it won't kill you. I swear. You tried though.
Fugler's gonna grab one of the fruits.
Okay, are you gonna grab the fig, the pear that you ate, or just a random one?
The one that Cedric was eating, the fig.
Okay. Finnegan
Again.
kind of like looks at it, and he looks at you guys. He's like, "All right," and he starts to eat it. Immediately, both of you now see that silvery wisp halo just form around his head, and he's like, "Oh, what the hell? 9 hells? What is this? And wait, where am I? I was just in my dorm. What the hell? What is
Yeah,
this?"
no.
And
This stuff makes you remember like a very specific memory,
Oh
as
shit.
if you lived it.
Oh shit.
I mean,
I-
yeah, it was my dorm room. It was my second year. It was I'm kind of embarrassed to say. I'll just leave it at that. I remember something for
Hey,
sure.
no. What
Kugler's
happened?
gonna lean over. He was probably going to Patty Town.
Uh,
Oh, shit.
I mean, I heard that, but you're
How'd
not
you hear
wrong.
that?
I
How'd
have
you hear that?
ears.
Fucking elves, fucking hearing.
I'm a human.
God damn it! I can't tell you guys apart.
Yeah, I know we
Offensive.
ride with a lot of elves, but I am human, you know.
Yeah, I know.
I
Fucking.
it was my
fucking
second.
monkeys being able to hear naked monkeys. Jesus
It
Christ.
was my second year in dorm room. We had my boyfriend and we found a third,
A boyfriend?
and it was a interesting time.
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could move this crowd. Baby, it's better this way.
You know, you
Reminds
should
me of
become
a
a
song.
bar.
It reminds me of a song a bard told me a long time ago.
Oh, interesting. But that was.
Shit, man.
I mean, it was great to experience that again. He kind of like throws like the stem like off to the side somewhere because it's useless. We should probably take some of these for the road, right?
Well,
I mean, I
don't
wonder
know if
what-
these things are gonna like disappear or something. You know.
Yeah, no, I don't think they would have the same properties if they were dried. You know what I mean? It's
Or if
like
they
the
were
water.
off their thing for too long.
Yeah, no, not even that. I think like the water is giving them their effects, you know what I mean? So even if we like dried them to preserve them for a long road, I don't think they would have the same effects.
Mhm.
That's a guess, at least. They may.
He kinda-
It might be the biology. Who knows?
He kind of looks at you. He's like, "Are you gonna try, or did you already try before I got here?"
I tried a different one, and it made me a couple inches shorter and younger. I'm pretty sure.
He kind of
Just like yesterday with the water.
He didn't notice at first, but now he kind of looks at you. He's like, "Oh, yeah, you're a little bit shorter than you normally are."
Yeah, doesn't make that big of a difference, seeing as I am taller than everybody
Nah, just
else.
short as
But
fuck.
I'm going to beat your ass. I'm gonna go ahead and try this one, and Fukler will take a bite. God damn it, a bite.
He just whips out a bike from his bag and he just starts riding it.
Fuck you. I'm gonna
Anyways.
take a bite.
Okay.
Bite.
As you take a bite into this fig, go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit. Oh no. Whiz save. This is a 15 pass.
15 just passes.
Okay, good.
Bayhorn, you see the same wisps of energy start to like foam around his head like a halo. Fugler, as you partake into this fig, suddenly your mind retches all the way back to one of your earliest childhood memories as you're biting on this dried apple, and you look around and you're in your cage, waiting and waiting. Suddenly you hear a clamor and a clanking of chains. As you kind of look up scared and you start to shiver, you just hear a voice, a familiar voice, say, "Experiment number 16, unsuccessful. Maybe the little one will be better off." Before your mind flashes back to the present.
I'm good.
Finnegan kind
Oh.
of looks at you and he's like, What'd you see?
I don't want to talk about it.
Why was it
Uh,
embarrassing?
No balls.
Yes. Yes, it was embarrassing.
What, you
Fugler's
pissed your
gonna
pants?
throw the fig over his head. Yeah, super duper embarrassing. Don't want to talk about it ever.
Well, all right. I'm not gonna pry.
I might
So
tell you guys one day.
Finnegan's gonna back off. Bayhorn, are you gonna roll insight check on him, or are you just gonna leave it be?
No balls.
Did you just no balls me?
Yeah.
You cunt. It's practically the same thing as yesterday. More. There was a certain point in my childhood I'd rather not remember. I'm coming to find out.
Hmm. What do you mean yesterday? What happened yesterday?
Well, I drank some murky pond water, and the lady said that is usually around here. I'm gonna make a perception check. Is she around?
What'd you roll?
I rolled a
14?
14. Yeah.
You don't see her.
Well, usually, whenever she's around here, she told me that the murky dark water gives you memories you don't remember anymore. I had a nightmare last night about being in a cage as a child,
Oh,
and I just
sorry to
had
hear about that.
another recollection of being in a cage again. Wasn't great, gonna be honest.
Like, were you kidnapped as a child?
That's a bit of an insensitive thing to ask someone, don't you think?
I mean, well, I'd rather just get straight to the point.
Yes. Specifically, I believe, by a necromancer. A
Oh, was it that one
funny.
guy we saw?
Hold your fucking tits. And
They hold wisdom and charisma
a
skills.
funny necromancer, and Fugler will tap on his eye patch, that I've been trying to deal with for a bit now.
Oh, I see. Huh. Well,
He's messed with my family, me, my brothers. It's pretty
hmm,
awful. So,
it,
like I said, I'd rather not talk about it. It's
it does it does sound awful. I'm sorry. Um, well, we'll put that on the back burner for now. I'm assuming since everybody's getting up, we have more important issues to discuss. As he kind of like looks around and he sees Tiana is coming out. She puts her shield and her sword on her back. She looks at all y'all. She's like, "What's going on?"
Nothing
we do
much.
have more important matters to discuss. Bayhorn, you had a mom?
How the fuck else do you think I came into this world, Fugler?
I'm
An
gonna
egg?
be real. I thought you were like the spawn of some nightmare a god had. I'm gonna be honest. Like
Man,
you
fuck
just
you. Kill yourself. Go see your god.
Um, I'm pretty sure a god was like in the middle of one night having a nightmare, and you just materialized on this plane of existence, and then you woke up.
I vote we kill this one.
Wow. Wow.
Tiana's kind of like, I feel like I walked in on a wrong time.
No, you walked in the perfect time. We're eating funny figs. You want one? Make it.
Funny
Hey, Ronald,
figs.
toss both of them some.
She catches it with one hand and she kind of looks at it. A little bit odd. Texture's a little bit interesting. I don't understand what these silvery things are, but bon appetit, I suppose. And she takes a bite into it, and immediately you see the halo of the ring kind of coming around her. She's like, oh. And she takes another bite, and more. She finishes it quickly. Huh. That was interesting.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think I would.
What?
I remembered a time when I was in the water plane and we were visiting some Jin City. I had some delicacies there. oysters, calamari, some urchin scallops there. It was quite a time. I'm surprised I remember it. It was a time, but it seemed unimportant, so I just forgot about it.
Do you remember what the city was called in the water plane?
She kind of like thinks for a second. And let me roll for her. Okay.
I'm gonna start calling this stuff the forget-me-not fruit.
Yes, I do remember the city. It was one of the major cities there on the elemental plane of water. A lot of trade goes there. It's called the City of Glass. Um, as far as I remember it, it's a great dome of like unbreakable glass that keeps water from the plane out.
Sounds strikingly similar to the plane, the city of brass our friend went to on the fire plane.
Well, you would be at the very least half correct. The city of Brass definitely is a giant city meant for trade and commerce. However, instead of water, there's fire, and instead of fire, there's water.
Aren't there equally as many djinn there too?
Half and half, I suppose.
Fair enough. You never did meet Kyrian, did you?
Who?
Be glad you didn't.
It's a shame. We used to have a sociopath on board.
Finnegan kind of looks over at Deanna. She's like, "Yeah, he wasn't the brightest, and he surely wasn't the nicest of folk, but
He
was
killed
treasure.
that hamster that he just got.
I don't. Yeah, we should probably avoid that for now. He was a special case that, when it needed most, he did his job, and he found what he was looking for, and he left.
We parted ways.
Now,
Treasure.
does that mean we'll ever see him again? I'm not too sure. But for now, at the very least, that used to be an old crew member of ours. And Tiana kind of like nods a little bit. She's like, "Ah, so you traded a sociopath for a foodie. I think that's a good trade."
I am very okay with that trade.
Cool with it as long as the foodie knows how valuable the cheese is, which is why we keep you around.
I feel welcomed and special, Fickler. Thank you.
Oh, it's no problem.
Should we awaken the captain if she's not already awake?
She's probably awake.
She's
Speaking
probably snooping on us as we speak.
Speaking of, Kaisai, what are you doing? As you hear a commotion going outside.
Sitting at the little table next to the window on the second floor, watching them while drinking.
She is snooping on us! I knew it!
Fucking... Bro.
And if they looked up...
If she had a magical camera, it would be her in my...
She would be attached to like your forehead, I feel
She has one of those like fancy like looking eyeglasses from like old theater times.
Like
she holds the opera glasses.
Nope.
God.
She's just busy drinking out of her endless flask of coffee. Just watching.
She has like a ram horn with wax on the end so she can listen into us from afar and like opera glasses.
That's crazy. Anyways,
both listening and watching us.
And be like, "Can you stop spying on us?"
Oh dang.
I'm enjoying my coffee.
You enjoy it while not spying on us?
I'm sitting at a table.
I don't know.
I'm enjoying my coffee.
I'm just enjoying my coffee, sitting at a table, looking out the window.
Spy.
You just happen to be what's outside the window right now.
Oh no.
at this point in time, everybody hears the door from the house, the stone house, opening, and you see Isolde is walking out. She's dried and clothed, but you can tell that her hair is like a little bit damp, and she's like drying it off with prestidigitation. She kind of looks at everybody. She's like, "Well, it seems like everybody's up now. Where's the other one, that Maria person?"
Hmm.
Kind of takes a look around. Huh. Uh, she kind of like notices like little bits of like fruit cores on the ground and like other like discardations. She's just kind of like looks at all of you guys. She's like, "What are you guys eating?"
Fruit on tree. Very good fruit.
All right. Interesting.
Also, did you ever meet my mom?
Your mother?
Yeah. I just remembered her. She casted like greater restoration on me when I broke my ankle one time.
Oh. I'm surprised you haven't asked me that sooner.
There are a lot of things that I should probably be asking you that I keep forgetting to ask you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, I feel like it's best to take it modestly and take its time.
True.
Um, she kind of like ponders for a second. Well, at the very least, I know that your parents, the last time we met them, they were still alive. Um, your father, Valorn, he was a kind soul. Imposing, actually, tall, silver-streaked hair, a little bit.
Silver.
Or silvery. He was. She kind of like furrows her brow a little bit, like she's trying to remember.
You want some fruit to remind you?
Sure. She takes it. She's like, "Was he the one with blue hair, or was it your mother?" And she takes a bite, and she's gonna take a roll. So let's see what she rolls. Wisdom saving throw.
I totally could have
15.
also just told her.
15. What is this? And she takes more bites, and she finishes it, and she like drops the core.
We all doing that fruit.
Well, I didn't remember your mother or father, but I certainly remember our time in Baldur's Gate.
We went to Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, we went there for trade and to collect a bounty.
I want to go back now. Actually,
we,
wait. Did we get kicked out?
No, we almost did though.
Okay.
No, I'm remembering that we met a bard and we hired him to throw us a lute and a shanty for a party, and we just sang and drank the night away with our party members. That's what I remembered.
I try and remember that too.
Roll me a history check.
I hope you get a natural 20.
I got a 14.
Kind of remember bits and pieces. You don't remember the whole entire scene. You remember drinking with her, and you see other silhouettes and other party members out to the sides. You remember a tune, but you can't exactly put your mind on what the tune sounded like either. So you have a vague recollection of the memory, but what she's saying is true. You do have a memory, and she remembers it. Do you remember your mother or father? Was it your father or your mother that had the blue hair?
I remember, randomly, I remember that my mother was a sun elf and my father was a moon elf.
But your father did have the blue hair, right? Or at least the silvery hair.
I don't really know, if I'm being honest. I'm still trying to piece that together. Haven't really
Alright.
meditated on my newfound memories recently.
Well, your mother was Valorn. When I met him, you were barely in your early 20s. And funny enough, he was an early father as well, especially since we were all elves. So he must have had you at the age of like 30, 32. So you're not that much younger than he is, surprisingly, if he's still around. He was a fighter, Eldritch Knight, if I remember right.
This is where I get my fighting tendencies.
Possibly. Broad shoulders, muscular frame. Honestly, a more buffed up version than you, Bayhorn. It's no wonder why your mother saw fancy to him. He had a long sword. He called it the Dawn Shard, in honor of your mother, since he was a moon elf and she was a sun elf. It glowed with like a faint silver light. All sorts of enchantments merged into one sword that he can call at will. Man, a few words, honestly. I barely talked to him. Loved his tea, loved working on his farm, and working with your mother as well. That was, gods, that must have been so long ago. I hope he's still alright. Your mother, Alara, Ranger, supposedly she preferred the Gloomstalker variation of training. Beautiful half-elf. Long hair, almost like silk. Her little and agile form allowed her to move through the wilderness with anything that I've ever seen. All sorts of magical enchantments too. I think that's where you get your tendencies as well. She had so many magical artifacts on her possession. She was able to cast and do things that normally a ranger couldn't. She had healing spells. She had wizardry spells. She could even call on druidic-like properties as well.
So that's where I get my random utility from.
She had a deep love for the natural world. That's why she decided to move out to the countryside. Strong disdain for anybody who would ever exploit or destroy it. She was very unconventional during her fights. Guerrilla tactics, ambushes, stuff like that. She was very passionate.
Yep.
Also nurturing.
Those really are my parents then.
They loved each other a lot. And I hope they still do, wherever they are.
I wonder if the ship can call upon them.
Possibly. Maybe the next time we bring it out. You just gotta remember their faces.
I definitely remember their faces now that I've meditated some.
You do remember that in your vivid memory, your mother had a wearing a cloak woven from like enchanted leaves that shifts colors when she moves. She also had this like
Rowan.
she also had this like beautiful like crafted longbow. You're not too sure what the make was, but it was very pristine in nature. Should we take some of these fruits for the road?
I don't think these fruits will have the same effect if we took them with us. I think the water is giving them that effect.
I can see that. But anyways, besides our memory sharing, is our guide here? Where is she?
I don't know. We haven't seen her at all yet.
She kind of like looks around. She's gonna roll a perception to see what she sees. She doesn't see anything. She rolled a 10.
Damn.
At this point, Kaiosai and Chakna walk out. And Chakna kind of like, in his like new attire, as much as you're used to seeing him in his like usual clothing, this time he's wearing his outfit, but now with his like sleeves cut off. And he's kind of more in like a ready for the jungle trek type of clothing.
Maybe
Kind of
I
looks
should
at all of
also
you.
try and find the guide, huh?
Chakna kind of
Chakna,
comes
you
out
look
and
good.
says, "Thank you, appreciate it. Has anybody seen our guide anywhere, or are we gonna start huffing it now?"
Come on. Is it shady where I am, Adrian?
Nope. The daylight's starting to come out.
17 to perception.
You kind of look
Very
around and you don't see her anywhere. It's like she's just gone.
She's a
Why are you
bad
asking
bitch.
if it's shady where you are? I don't think you get that anymore as a wizard.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
That's not my class. That's my item, bro.
Oh.
Remember, Rowan gives me advantage to stealth and
Also,
um,
everybody here doesn't know that Bayhorn is now a wizard,
oh, yeah.
except for Isolde. Only Isolde knows.
They'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Is Isolde gonna shoot me a look, being like, "You gonna tell him or not?"
No, Isolde's not gonna.
I'm
However,
gonna fade ignorance if she does.
Chakna kind of looks over you, Kasai, and he just says, "We shouldn't be burning this early daylight. At the very
No.
least, the bigger creatures will still be asleep.
Mm-hmm.
We should start moving, even without our guide or not."
I was just about to ask. Everyone remember the direction we gotta go, right?
Yeah.
What's with the yeah?
Oh, nothing.
Insight.
Is Kasai gonna roll an insight check?
Yeah, I did. I rolled a 12.
Bayhorn, go ahead and roll me a deception
Fuck.
check since you're going to be hiding it.
He wins.
I rolled a 14.
You rolled a 14? Yeah. No, he's kind of like, yeah, it's like a joking manner. He doesn't really mean anything behind it. However, Chakna is going to roll against it.
Oh no.
So he kind of like folds his arms together, and you can kind of see like his arms are like they're kind of tight, and he's kind of like looking at you, and he kind of like gives you like an eyebrow raise just for you, Bayhorn. Like he suspects something from you, but he doesn't say anything.
Bet.
Bayhorn even have a wand or a staff?
I don't need one.
You don't need those for a wizard.
Well, you
You
need
need
a
your-
focus,
you need your-
but I don't need one.
You need a spell book and a focus.
It stipulates for the white mage that the spellbook is your focus as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I was gonna make it like my katana could also be it because it's magical, and it's basically a part of me.
Anyway, if you're all done eating fruit, you
No,
probably
I'm gonna eat another one, a random one.
Oh my
You
god.
should eat some too, Kaisa.
Why?
Why not? It might be in a sourpuss.
Yeah. First you spying on us, now you don't want to partake in the fun activities that we're doing?
Exactly. Right, Finnegan? God. Where's Chakna?
He's right
He's
here.
right here.
Where? Oh, I must have missed him. Sorry, my height's affecting me today. I got shorter already.
I can tell.
See,
You
that's why
alright?
I don't want to partake with the fruit. I'm
That's a
already
different fruit.
short
The
as
fruit's a
it.
good fruit.
That's a different
fruit's a
fruit.
good
We're
fruit.
staying away from it. I'm going to get another random one and try it because YOLO.
All right, roll me a d8 because I feel like Bayhorn would have been like, yeah, look, there's other fruits up there, so you see them all.
Yes, I would have pointed it out. He gets
5.
5. So that is not that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you kind of see like a few bunches of these grape-looking items. They're small, but they're pale in blue with like a translucent quality.
eat it.
They look small, so it seems like you have to eat multiple of them to like get an effect, if there even is one.
I'll eat a bushel of them.
A bushel? Okay, so a bushel is probably about like 5, I guess, 5 to 6.
Yeah.
All right,
Like a handful-ish.
like a handful. You kind of like take the handful, roll them around, and you just like start chomping on them. Everybody else around you, go ahead and roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Me? Or everybody else?
You.
Oh, God. A 10. Do I become stupider?
You kind of start like
Shit.
you start to like feel like a tinge in your head. You're kind of like, and then suddenly you feel like you could recall things that you've seen or heard within a short period, but it kind of like starts to fade away from you. The effect is lost on you. You can attempt to eat more, but something else might happen if you decide to eat more.
You do know eating these fruits that are affected by these waters is probably very dangerous. Considering you're
And
shorter now.
He'll
Your
get
point.
over it.
There could be an unknown effect that could detriment us, depending on what we might have to face.
Are you going to attempt to eat more grapes, or are you going to leave it alone?
there's
I'm
your
gonna go on.
grapes. I'm gonna eat more grapes.
Okay, roll me another intelligence saving throw.
God, I'm gonna change my dice real quick because all of
Remember,
my
you-
dice have seemingly
Yeah,
fucked me over today.
They have.
Dawn incarnates.
Isn't that mine?
Lythander.
I had it before you had it, but yes, it is the one you use, Cedric.
Was my
I
favorite.
bought this like the first day we were doing the sessions.
Oh.
The first day I was doing the sessions, anyways. I was
I
like,
bought
damn, I
the,
need different dice.
I bought the gemstone ones. I'm pretty
Who would
sure.
have thought I would make you guys addicted to D&D? How the hell did this happen?
Me.
Intelligence saving throw. 15.
All right, you pass. You pass.
Yay!
You start.
Yippee!
You start to like realize like you remember a lot of things sharply now. Like your mind has started to expand as like you feel like a cooling effect like overtake your mind. For the next 24 hours, Fugler, you are considered to have 15 intelligence. You know which way is north now. You know how long it'll be to the next sunrise or sunset. And you can accurately recall anything you've seen or heard within the last 24 hours.
Damn.
Okay. So I have a temporary +1
To intelligence.
to my intelligence.
Yes. What you have is considered a Keen Mind feat miniature version.
A
You only
fiend
have it-
mind?
Keen Mind, but you only have it for 24 hours.
I like the miniature version add-on to that. That's funny.
Mini, yeah. You all start to see like these grapes as he's eating them. You see like a weird like rainbow-like effect, kind of like assimilate around Fugler's like frontal lobe area before the magic just dissipates, and you kind of see him like open his eyes as he's like,
Are you okay?
Yes.
Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Yeah, he's fine.
Are we done eating fruits now?
How do
Or-
I affect the modifier? I don't remember.
I got it for you.
Thank you. Adrian, you are awesome.
I think it should be updating now, so let me go to refresh the page. Other modifier, +1. And there it goes. I fixed it for you. So for now, for the next 24 hours, you have a 15 intelligence score. Doesn't change anything, but you have it.
4 of my scores are above advanced average. Yes.
Oh no.
I have a 17 in charisma, a 15 in intelligence, a 16 in con, and a 21 in strength.
Motherfucker became a Twitter user. He thinks he's better than everyone else.
I am better than everyone else. That's the
Oh,
point.
God, he has
Oh.
an ego now. Where's Arlette? She's really good at popping these.
Yes,
Poor
yes.
Zach is gonna kill himself one day because of it.
Jesus
Any-
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
You think I'm kidding?
You think I'm joking here, motherfucker? Anyways. At this point in time, as you guys are kind of like sitting around and waiting on whatever is going to happen, Isolde kind of like looks over at you, Behar, and she's like, well, unless somebody else, now she looks away from you into everybody else, has anything else to say, I feel like we should probably make a move on. That Maria person isn't around, and we are burning daylight.
Agreed. So are you two done fucking around with fruit?
I kinda
No,
want
I'm
more.
gonna mess with it on the way though.
Oh, please don't hurt yourself. And Kaiasaya will start gathering her stuff and get ready to head out.
All right. As you gather your stuff and get ready to head out, you all pack up your things, unpitch the tents, clean up after yourselves as Bubble starts to run around, all of you guys excitedly waiting to go to the next place. So, you must gather your party before you venture forth. So if there's anything else anybody wants to do one last minute, do it now before we continue.
You make it sound like there are things I need to do. Well,
Fruit?
you gotta eat one this time.
Me?
Yeah, you. I ate another one. You gotta eat another one.
Oh my god.
Bro, Kai hasn't eaten one yet. Make her do it.
Yeah, no. Captain, you gotta eat one.
Why do I have to eat a fruit?
I don't know. Funny.
We've
Chakna, you
all
want a
eaten
fruit?
fruit already.
He kind of looks over you, Kaisaya. Kaisaya, are you giving him like a look?
Kinda?
Kinda? How so?
That's the best way I could. Oh, I'll just send it to you. That.
Fair. He kind of like raises his hand. He's like, sure, I'll take a try. He kind of like
You
looks
have
at
to do it now, Kaisa.
he looks at all the bushes and the trees above, and he's like, I think I'll go for that one. And he's gonna roll for it.
Oh.
He's gonna roll a d8. A 7.
A 7?
Please don't hurt yourself.
All right. He goes and he reaches out for these small little berries. He kind of like picks like 3 or 4 of them, and he kind of like puts them towards the sky. They're iridescent. They shimmer very brightly in the light when he like puts them up into the sky. He then says, "Well, you only live once, or at least in my case, twice." He eats them immediately, and suddenly, all of you guys start to see like a wild like breeze of like wind start to like flow around him, and he's gonna have to roll a saving throw. All right, so he passes that. He kind of like takes a step back and he kind of goes, "Ooh, these have a kick. They kind of taste like ale." Huh. Now he's gonna have to roll a d6. I feel a lot better though. And he gets 9 temporary HP points. Huh. Well, that was interesting. I think these are good, Captain, if you would like a little bit of a bump for yourself.
What fruit does what?
You gotta find out.
At this point, just to get it over with, just hand me a fruit, and Kaiasaya will hold out her hand.
Chaknas just goes, All right, and he passes you the same fruit that he ate.
He'll eat it.
He's all right. Roll me a charisma saving throw. Natural 20.
So you're fine.
You, as you eat them, they taste like alcohol, like pure, like filter,
Ethanol.
not ethanol, like some of the best alcohol you've ever drank, like wine or ale or beer. You feel like a sense of like mild euphoria, and you feel like a little pep in your step, and you burst your chest out a little bit. You get temporary HP points. So roll a d6. So it's a 6 plus your con modifier is now your temporary HP points.
So 9.
Which is the same as Chakna's.
Cool.
And
okay.
for the next hour, you get advantage on saving throws against being frightened.
Cool. That might come in handy depending on what happens.
That wasn't that bad, now was it?
Great. This is done. Let's get going before we lose daylight.
Chakna kind of looks at all you guys, and he like pulls out like one of his like larger knives, almost like a machete-like type of device and tool. I'll lead the way. Stay close, everybody. Don't want to lose you in this forest. And he goes up north, so everybody gather around before we continue on.
Fuck. My roll 20 died.
Yeah, mine too. Bubbles will go behind. So with Isolde.
Bubbles.
Finnegan and Tiana go in the middle. All the weakest ones in the middle. The wizards in the middle. Kukler,
Yeah.
are you ready to proceed?
1 second, my opera is shitting itself again.
Okay. Take your time. Technical difficulties is fine.
But yes, I am ready to proceed.
All right.
Hey, Fugler.
What's up?
What do you think would happen if you dunked that eye into the magical water?
I'm going to kill you. And not just kill you. Not only for the fact that it's attached to my head, but I feel like a necromancer might start growing out of it, Bayhor.
Oh.
Like, look at this staff. And he'll pull out his new staff. Because no one else has seen it but Isolde.
Yeah,
I'm going to put that staff back into the hell where it came from if you keep suggesting things like this. Because I don't want a tumor growing in my head because of this
I didn't
thing.
say you would do it with it in your head. I would like, if you were to take it out again.
We would have to do surgery again.
I'm not saying we had to. Damn. Just a theory, man. God.
Look,
Finnegan kinda like-
we have bottles of water, okay? Maybe it'll still work.
Finnegan kind of like raises his hand. He's like, I mean, technically, he can just half submerge his face in water and it might work.
I don't want to be half baby face. It'll be looking like I have a stroke.
Yeah.
Do you want water drops for your eye then? We can put it in a vial and, you know,
Ooh,
it might work.
I kind of like that idea. But why, Finnegan? Why are you on his side? This could like be really, really bad.
Or it could turn into really something amazing. I'm a man of science. Experimentation's my thing.
Like? What do you think's gonna happen? We have to have a good, reasonable thing for this to happen. Otherwise,
look, I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying, what if? God.
Well, if these waters purify evil, then wouldn't it be right to call your eye evil? And because it is a necromancer's eye, so I would have surmised that it would turn into a good thing. No.
I want to read the tome of exalted deeds with this eye.
All right.
Oh,
Anyways,
do you not know what the tome of exalted deeds is? It's a joke me and a bunch of buddies back in Strixhaven used to throw around. Basically, it's this mythical book that somewhere in the world you'll eventually find. It has the writings of many heroes and many stories in it, but whenever shown to a demon or something of great evil, it'll burn them into flames and burn them with great holy light, causing
So
them
you-
to burst into flames.
do you wish to burn your eye out?
I don't know about burn my eye out. It was more of a joke. I'm not sure the book actually exists, though. Seeing as I've actually been meeting deities these past few days, I might need to call that skepticism into question.
Nah, that means you have to double down now.
Wonder where I can get this book. Double down. Believe magic doesn't exist.
Jesus Christ. Anyways,
Okay. Sure, Finnegan. Sure. Why? Two Fuklers. All right. If you have an eyedropper with you, and you want to try and purify my eyeball, I'm willing to try it.
well, let me collect some water then. And he rushes down, and you see him like pull out a bunch of vials, and he collects more of this water before he corks them all, puts them back in his bag of holding, and he runs back to you guys. All right, let's take off. We'll try this out later, shall we?
Yep.
Righty, let's try this.
Later. Let's make our way through the village, or to the forest first. As you guys are all set up, Chakna's looking at all you guys, and he just nods his head, and he starts to lead the way. He's going to have to roll a survival check to see if he can make his way to the crater.
Guidance.
So, guidance. Survival check with the D4. Ooh, 18 plus a D4. And a 4. So 22. The way Chakna is moving through this jungle and through these swamplands is natural. The way that he wades through the areas and over the tree roots, as you follow and mimic his motions, traveling through this forest seems relatively easy. A little bit easier than even the guide that you had last night, wherever she went. I will say that it's going to take a few hours to get to the base of the crater. Go ahead on your way there. Who would like to make the first perception check for me, please?
I'll do it. 23.
23? With the 23, you don't really notice anything else. What you do notice, however, is through the tree line, as you guys are wading through this jungle, you see more and more of these floating rocks floating farther and up above this crater that you're going to. All these rocks are connected in some way, form, or another. Even though all these rocks are floating and separated, you see little paths that you could potentially walk on these rocks or climb up to get to other rock formations. You also see like weird arcane energy coming from the rocks themselves. You're not exactly too sure what it is because you're too far down.
Interesting.
Other than that, the coast is clear. Nothing is, at the very least, staring you down or stalking you or anything. Everything seems fine. I will say that's for the first few hours. If anybody would like to make the second perception check for me, please.
I don't really like making perception checks because I'm bad at them.
You could always have somebody else do it for you.
I rolled a 9.
9 for Bayhorn.
Is it shady here?
Can I
It
help
is
him?
under some trees. There is shade.
Can I go under trees and get
Sure, I will say throughout the hours you try to stick to the shadows.
Oh no. An 11.
11. Are you going to
Guidance.
help him? Are you going to help him with guidance? All right, roll a d4.
13.
13. With a 13, the coast is clear. You don't really see anything too crazy. You do hear a few birds and whispers in the distance, but nothing that is important or relevant to your current condition at the moment.
When I rolled my 23 earlier, did I notice if Maria was around?
You didn't know.
Mm.
As Chakna is currently going through and hiking down some deeper brush, because now that you guys are getting deeper into the jungle, into the crater, you notice that the thicket has gone in very heavy. The flora, the wildlife is starting to get thicker and bigger. Occasionally you do pass by wild game and animals. You see deers that are twice the size of normal deers back in any other mainland that you've ever been to. You see the occasional bear, and then eventually you see a bigger bear. And the bigger bear is probably 2 or 3 times the size of the normal bear that you saw, so you're thinking, oh god, that's probably the cub, and the bigger bear is the mother or the father, and you try to stay away from there. Everything around this area is starting to get larger, and it's starting to get a little bit worrisome.
Like, including the trees and stuff?
Including the trees, yes.
What about the animals?
The animals are also getting bigger as well.
It's gotta
I'm
be.
gonna look at... Is there a water source around here somewhere?
Roll a survival or perception check for me, please.
They're both 1, so...
They're both a 1?
Yeah.
6.
I don't know.
You don't see any or hear any water nearby. However, you kind of look around, and on one of the tree branches, you see what looks to be a squirrel kind of just looking at you. And you see his nose is twinging before he stands up on both of his hind legs. And this squirrel is very muscly toned. It's one of the biggest squirrels you've ever seen.
Fucking avoid that shit.
Whirl.
Who would like to make the final perception check as you guys are wading through this giant forest?
Bayhorn, you can make the final perception check.
I already made
Make
I'll
up for
do
your
it.
bad perception.
I will
Roll a
Roll no-
7.
I will roll a I will
Natural 1! Oh
shit.
no!
Chrono shift reroll.
Reroll it? Alright,
I hope
roll
it's
it.
another natural 1. Oh,
That'd be
no.
hilarious.
It would be
And guidance?
Sure.
temporary blindness.
16.
16. As you guys are still waiting, the sun is now a little bit past noon. Fukler, you know exactly what time it is because you have keen mind. It is currently 2:27 in the afternoon.
2:27 in the afternoon.
Yes. And as you guys are currently on your last few hours of this trek before you get to the base of the crater, you start to see through the tree line. All you see is nothing but just crag and rock ahead of you, past the tree line, due to the fact that the crater is getting closer and closer. With your perception check, with a 16, as you guys finally make your way through the very last ends of this giant thicket of jungle, you kind of have to look up, and the sun is starting to brightly shine in your eye, and you kind of block the sunlight with your hands before you see a figure a little bit ahead of you near the top of the crater.
Do I recognize the figure?
You kind of look at it, and you see that the robes and the clothing look oddly similar to Maria.
I think Maria's up ahead.
Akna kind of like puts away his sword, knowing that he looks around and he doesn't really need it anymore due to the fact that all that's left is a climb upwards. I think we should be careful. She left us alone, and we haven't seen her since, so
Mm-hmm.
be cautious trying to talk to her again. But it seems like she's waiting, at least for us or something else.
Let's approach peacefully, but prepared.
Akna kind
I
of
want-
looks over at you, Bayhorn. Bayhorn, can you sneak up on ahead, please, and take a look?
Yeah, Bayhorn.
Yeah, I got this. Can I go under a tree to gain advantage?
Sure.
I don't got this. I'm gonna go silvery barbs with myself.
Okay. Go for it again.
Do I have-
Oh, wait, I don't think you do. Oh, you do.
Oh, I do.
You do. Alright, do it again.
Do I get the same roll or just one extra one?
You get to re-roll your 20, so it's at advantage again.
Double three.
So, as Bayhorn ducks underneath a shady tree, you see him kind of like get into a crouched position. You're like, classic Bayhorn. He's going to sneak up, maybe turn invisible, or he might not. Maybe he's just that confident. He's just going to sneak up without being turning invisible. As soon as he steps out of the shade, he trips over a root and falls on his face.
You
You
know
okay,
what? I'm just gonna cast invisibility.
Are you going to cast invisibility?
I'll just cast invisibility.
I will say, as you're kind of sitting there, or like laying on your face, you kind of like think, fuck, I should probably cast invisibility. And immediately invisibility casts upon you, and you see his body just disappear.
Do I still see him?
You still see him. So, Bayhorn, what do you do as you're invisible, but only Fukler can see you?
While getting up, I will hold my middle finger up in his direction, and then I will make a little stroll up.
Chocna and Finnegan look over at you, Fukler, and be like, "What's funny?"
Don't
You
worry
see
about
something?
it. Don't worry about it. I'll show you one day.
All right. So, Bayhorn, now that you're invisible, go ahead and re-roll your stealth check.
Oh God, do I get advantage again?
You do get advantage again, now this time in daylight.
I swear to fuck.
It'd be so funny if you roll low again.
Oh God, it's better. I rolled a
It's-
natural one for one of
It's
those.
better.
Oh,
Okay.
Triple ones.
So the invisibility does help a lot. So I will say you don't trip or fall or anything. You do make your way a little bit upwards towards the crater. This crater is huge. This side of this cliff is immensely huge. How long does invisibility last for again?
Doesn't it last for like an hour?
I think it's an hour if you don't do anything.
Hang on, let me see. I have it here somewhere. Visibility.
1 hour.
An hour.
Yeah. So you kind of get up like about like halfway up to where this person is, and it looks like Maria's up there. As you get like halfway, it takes you about like 15 minutes to climb up, due to the fact that it's so steep, and it's also like a bigger cliffside. Takes you 15 minutes to get about halfway up there. You kind of look around, and you don't really see anything too special or specific. But go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Is it dark where I am?
It is not. It is daytime, and you're on the side of a cliff.
I rolled a 6. I'm gonna change my dice real fast.
Rolled a 6? Okay. As you rolled a 6, you kind of look around, you're like, no, everything looks fine.
Let's try this unicorn dice that I got.
Ooh, fancy.
Alright. Test roll. Nice.
Let's go.
Alright. Well, Bayhorn's gonna look at Fukler and shrug in a like everything seems fine type of thing.
Weird.
Faulkner looks over you. He's like, "What do you see, Fukler?"
Bayhorn's insinuating that everything looks fine.
Well, I believe him. He wouldn't hide or lie anything about us. So
That is,
I feel like we should make our way up.
Damn!
you got a lot of trust. You got a lot of trust. I can respect that about a person.
I would trust
Alright.
anybody who saves my life, and you guys have taken a part of that.
Let's go.
Let's make our way up. Eventually, as you guys start to climb up, it is a climb and a half. If you guys want to attempt to fly or do anything else to make it easier, if not, it's going to take you about like 45 minutes to get to the place where Maria is waiting for you, which is near the top of this cliffside. But if nobody wants to make any spells or movements, we can just continue on.
Nope. We're gonna make our way towards her, and as we get closer, I don't want to scuffle or hide our presence. I want her to be aware of it as we approach, and I
Okay.
want to watch how she responds.
I will say it takes you like the 40 to 45 minutes for all of you guys to climb up with some few little stumbles here and there, but everybody's there to support each other, so it doesn't take that much effort to get up again. Eventually, you make it to the top of the cliffside, and eventually, Maria, the woman who you were with last night, kind of turns and looks at all of you and says, "Ah, I see you finally have returned. How are all of you? How was your sleep?"
You never came back.
"No, I had other business to attend to. I apologize, but I knew with your adventurous spirit, you guys would make your way to the crater as anybody else would."
Okay. Is that lady you spoke of nearby?
"Not nearby, no. It'll probably take us the rest of the day and into the night to get to the village, but at the very least, you can see this breathtaking view," and she kind of like points her hand out to behind you. And you guys kind of finally take a look above, or at least all but one of you, because Bayhorn, you saw everything last night when you were flying. You all see like these beautiful like tree line, this beautiful tree line that like covers this whole entire distance that you just traveled through. You see roaring storms up ahead and these like pocket little clouds of lightning and electricity as they wade through these like flying stone like figures and these stone like islands up above with all sorts of creatures and other like things that are just like placed above them. You're not too sure what type of things are there. Are they crystals? Are they rocks? Are they buildings? You just see objects that are like embedded within these rocks flying up above you. Far off in the distance, anybody who has a perception check higher than a 13 passively, you all can see like farther down south, you see the abdomen of that giant spider that Fukler once met, or it could be another spider that is just currently wading around the jungle side.
Well, I don't have a passive perception higher than 13, so
I do.
So you don't see it. However, everybody else does.
oh fuck.
Maria kind of continues and says, "Beautiful, is it not? A teeming and wild jungle filled with new revelry and life. However, there are still dangers out and about. Creatures, beings, monsters, other humanoids that are wading around and seek destruction within. Especially far out to the swamplands with the dark and murky waters where our great magics of Our Lady can't exactly reach at the moment."
Well, are you capable of leading us down?
"Of course. I am actually on my way back to the village where you can go ahead and meet her and talk."
Quick question.
She kind of looks at you and she cocks her head a little bit. "What is it?"
I forgot to ask you this. a while back. However, I feel like it's a little important for us to know. We have some context outside of the continent that might involve this lady you speak of. How long have you known her, or has she been around here?
She's been around as far as I could remember waking up in the swamplands. So I guess you could say about 30 years.
30 years. Good to know.
As far as I know.
I'm not
Okay.
aware of anything, however. She'll then look at Boopler. Out of our little group, you're the only one who was born on this planet, so you recognize her
Me?
from no, not you. Finnegan, sorry.
About to say I wasn't born here.
My bad. 2 F's. Finnegan, would you happen to know if she was around before the Moonfall event?
I'm not too sure. I'm not as old as the Moonfall event. I'm only in my late teens. From the rumors and speculations that I've heard in school and other scholars, this place was just cursed. Anybody who would try to get near would face the creatures that we fought, where they took down Bayhorn, and they say they found giant creatures the deeper they managed to get in, and from what I can see from that giant spider and all these other giant animals, they weren't lying. I've never heard anything about some sort of lady.
Well then, let's continue our journey.
Let's continue then.
Yeah.
She kind of looks at all of you and she says, well, if we are going to continue, you may want to hold your breath. The view beyond the crater is breathtaking. And she continues to walk up a little bit more. As you all follow, it takes you about another 10 to 15 minutes to get to the very top, which at this point, Bayhorn, your visibility has run out just before you get to the top. Do you wish to refund it, or do you wish to just stay visible?
I will stay visible.
Okay. As all of you continue upwards, you crest this crater, and you see down below is massive greenery with lakes and rivers flowing about. But not only that, you see rocks and trees growing upwards, far beyond to the sky, where you can kind of see the tip top of these giant stones and things floating in the middle of the air. Beyond that is a wall of like these snow-top peaks as you're on one side, and you can imagine that there is some snow that could fall here, but it seems like you're on the warmer side of the island, and farther north where you're going is where a little bit gets colder. This is what you see. This is the image. You see all these interconnected rocks and trees just connecting to each other, and you see these like lights of pure arcane energy like in the middle, connecting all of these islands and other things together. Go ahead and roll me all perception check as you guys are looking at all of these things. 15, okay.
Oh,
16, so nice. Good job. Okay, everybody but Chocno, basically.
R.I.P.
So,
Chocno.
R.I.P. Chocno. All of you can see that in these rock formations, you can see bits and pieces of buildings, rubble. You see ancient, or not ancient, you see at the very least old forgotten city, or like an old forgotten like buildings, and you're kind of putting two and two together where whatever made these things float merged the city of the fallen kingdom of Pernoia, the capital city, and merged with these rock formations and made them start to float in midair. As now you see, down below in the crater, there's little to no rubble. All the rubble of the city that supposedly fell here is now in front of you, in the sky.
Maria,
Yes?
there is a way up there, correct?
Yes, there are several ways up to the ruins up the stair. Why?
Well, we need to go to the library of the old city.
In due time. You'll find your way there. However, we have to meet the lady first to see if she'll grant you access. She's down below, waiting at the basin, and she kind of points down below, just in a general area, and you can kind of see what looks to be like a pocket of like this like area. You see like a lot of water just floating around it, like in a circle, and you see what looks to be like the top of like this tree. Just a singular tree in the middle of this open landscape.
Well then, let's get a move on.
She continues on as she walks down the side of this, and she continues speaking. Now, of course, with the library that you seek and the passage that you require, don't be afraid if the lady asks of you for something in return.
What would be the nature of what she asks for?
I'm not exactly too sure. She can ask you for materials, gathering. She could send you on a hunting quest, maybe to deal with a creature out in the outskirts. I do not know her ways of thinking, and nor will I ever want to know, because she gives us life, she helps us live, she gives us everything here, and she continues on ahead.
Do you remember anything of the city before it fell?
No, I do not. I remember, at the very least, when I was a child, when I was growing up, I grew up in the forests and swamplands here, with my aging and ailing mother and father before they passed away. Eventually, as far as I could remember, I took shelter from some heavy rainfall and other debris, and suddenly I woke up again in the swampland, and now this is here. You do ask a lot of questions. I feel like I need some answers. Is it because I must have missed something during my slumber?
It's more of I'm curious as to what you remember before that slumber, of when there was only one moon in the sky.
Well, I remember growing up in the swamplands, hunting, gathering, not really doing much in the way of magical or research training, but I know I must seem dull and a bore, but that's all I can really remember. What do you remember from your childhood and your past, if you're asking me these questions?
Well, my entire life there has been two moons.
Your entire life here, you say? So you also lived on this great land?
No. This is only the second time I've been on this planet, and this is the first time I've been on this land.
So then you never really lived here then?
No, I lived there. And she'll point to Quadradum.
Oh, you lived on the moon, or at least the little one next to it.
Yes.
Well, then I'm not exactly too sure what to title you. If you never lived on this land, I wouldn't surmise that you call this place your home, but if you feel that strong of a connection, then who am I to stop you from saying so?
From what I know, it's the home of my ancestors. My grandmother was born on these lands. My mother, I believe as well, was born on these lands.
Whoa. So why don't you ask your grandmother and your mother these questions? Are they not around?
My mother's a bit complicated.
Then your grandmother?
She has long since passed.
Hmm.
And any
Why-
information I did ask growing up, from either family to school, I wasn't given a lot of information.
As she continues walking down and you guys are following behind her, she then repeats and says, "Well, I apologize. I hope that one day you'll find some solace in knowing that some things are meant not to be known. It seems like the universe or fate itself decided that I guess you're not allowed to know. But I have to ask ahead of time, just so I know what you're going to ask the lady. What is it that you seek on this library?"
Our friend Hoopler here seeks information on. Oh, I don't know if you want to cover this bit, Hoopler.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking for information on an ancient person. Trying to find out more info about him because we're fixing to have to retrieve another item on that same ancient person. So, I figured studying up a little bit about him would probably be a really good idea. And this library is said to have an apparent knowledge that I should be able to find useful.
Well, I'm sure there might be some answers that you might seek up in the Elven Kingdom's old library. Do you have any other information that you might be able to correlate or help find what you seek, or no?
It's based on the god of death we were talking about the other day, or I should say the former god of death, as he no longer holds that position.
I understand. Well, I hope you find what you seek.
I as well. I as well. Alright, I want to do something real quick.
What are you gonna do?
I'm rolling insight on her. Hurdle 16. Is she giving me the side eye?
Guidance.
Okay, so you rolled a 16?
Yeah.
I cast guidance on him.
Alright, roll your guidance as well, please.
I have to roll guidance. What is that, a D4?
D4.
D4.
A 1, so it's a 17. Is she giving me the side eye? Like, she's like,
Alright, give me 1 second.
You digging a little too deep here, buddy.
Give me 1 second here. Alright.
Okay. I'm tired. I'm hungry.
Oh my god, they fucking left.
You didn't know that?
I just noticed for a second.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate when this happens. It never happens to me.
You still don't know what I saw on that boat ride, do you?
Actually, Chakna rolled well as good as well, and I got told.
Oh, you got told?
Mhm.
All right.
Weird answer, but okay, I can deal with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. That's what happens when you roll good enough like that.
That's weird answer, but I'll take it. Okay. I gotta start actually using my brain. Get. You guys do other stuff. I need to think for a little bit. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna write something
He's
down
cooked.
in my character notes here. Actually,
He
in
is
my.
cooked.
What do you mean by that?
No,
Okay.
I just wanted
I'm
to
not.
repeat what Cedric was saying.
No, I don't. I don't want to be cooked. I'm not dead yet.
No. Don't worry, man. Don't worry about it.
Actually, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. One moment. I'm gonna do a funny thing. I'm gonna go ahead and throw a divine sense out there.
A divine sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
So divine sense. Got it.
I know she has the Hallow spell, but I know she's pretty much exuding the Hollow spell, but I want to see if I can see anything else because there's something poking my brain here and I can't figure out what it is.
During your talk and the back to back with your divine sense, you do have a sense that hidden behind this person's facade, as she's currently taking in your information, you sense a weird sense of, how should I say this? Hold on a second. I'm trying to like navigate this here. You sense this strong basin of like nature magic that was once for sure tainted, but cured over and now hiding with the hollow spell.
Like druidism?
Kind of. A little bit more demonic in nature, but was subsequently purified with the hollow spell.
Okay. This lady got a lot of things going on with her. Okay. I'm gonna resume the conversation and say, yeah, we've been trying to gather information on this person for a little bit now, but we have a feeling that what we actually need to find is most probably here.
The great libraries hold many secrets. I'm sure my lady also holds the same secrets in regard. I hope you find what you seek.
Might as well.
Let us continue. If we take a straight path down along, we'll be there by nightfall.
Is Bubbles walking on the water?
Bubble, there is no water. You're on like the edge of like this like crater going downwards into the landscape. Bubbles is stepping along with you guys. He's just chilling. He's just a little guy.
I'm gonna telepathically ask Bubbles because he's technically my mount, and I can ask him questions and talk to him because apparently he's supposed to know common. He just doesn't like talking to people. What do you think, buddy? What do you think of this lady?
Father, I sense great magics with her. I don't sense any malice, but I do sense wariness.
I'll have to agree with you on that.
It's different, but also similar to the Feywild as well.
You know, I think that might be the Hallow spell you were catching on to. It's definitely similar to the Feywild in that aspect of, quote, purification. So you're on the right track.
I do smell it, Father. It smells intriguing, but also odd at the same time.
Yeah, it's not really meant for fey creatures like you. Unfortunately. But it's... Bubbles, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Papa thinks there's something going on here. I thinks that this lady might be someone to be a little concerned about. Okay? So, keep your eyes sharp.
He kind of like bares his teeth a little bit in like a smile almost, and he's like, "Do we attack?"
No, not yet, not yet. Do me a favor, little guy. Keep your eyes on the forest. Make sure nobody tries to sneak up on us, okay?
Aye, aye, Father. Aye, aye.
Alrighty.
Just a little guy.
He is a little guy. Maria, if you wouldn't mind me asking, do you know
Yeah.
all of the fruit's effects around here? We were messing with them earlier, and we saw that one makes you reminisce. One apparently has made me shorter and younger in the process, I would have to assume, if it was anything like the water yesterday.
Well,
Do you-
I can certainly tell you what we call them here.
Oh, please
Um,
tell.
There's a few that I partake on myself on a regular basis. However, there are the Vorthalor pears. There's the Mirrorroot carrots, Memorial apples. There's the Transfigurega plums, the Windshear grapes, Echoing figs, as we call them, Glimmerberries, and the Regan roots. Which ones did you partake in today?
The grapes, the figs, and the pears.
All right. Well, the grapes sharpen the mind and the senses as long as you eat them in moderation. If you eat too many, you could suffer some sort of echoing sensation or madness within your mind. You said the pears. The pears heal and cure exhaustion, injuries for the sense. Additionally, you also appear a little bit younger as well for a time. If you eat too many, you age rapidly. And if you age a little too far, sadly, I've known a few older folk who perished under those abilities.
The pear?
The pear, yes.
Oh.
And what were the last ones you said? You said the figs, right?
Yes.
Those are some interesting ones. I don't really like those too much. Echoing figs allows you to relive a memory with clarity for a time. However, if you eat too many, you suddenly become obsessed with that memory, and you suffer all types of afflictions and affiliations towards your body and your mind. So be careful. An overindulgence, like I did mention yesterday, you could always take a bath or dip into the waters, but with moderation.
Any other interesting ones you might point out for us?
Oh, there's plenty. There's the carrots, long, slender, golden, vibrant hue as well. They remove ailments if you have a stomach issue, a minor headache, or some sort of other magical effects. You could also brew them into a potion as well. The apples vividly help remember a memory of your choice as well. You also gain some sort of heightened senses towards the past, as far as I was able to tell. The plums are very interesting. Some of the folk in the village tend to take the plums as pranks. Eating a plum allows you to cast a spell that changes your appearance. Not as an illusion. Your physical form actually shifts with it. The grapes, as far as I feel like you've tried already, as I can see it on you a little bit with your magical aura, gives you a keener sense of the mind. So you're able to tell the time more clearly. You're able to tell which way is north and whatnot. The berries, the glimmer berries, gives you a little kick in your step, even though they taste like ale or any other type of alcohol. And the regan roots allows you to, as far as I was able to see, because those are very rare, allows you to regrow lost limbs, other afflictions, body parts to their prior state.
Wait. Roots?
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Captain,
Mm-hmm.
haven't we heard of something like that before?
Kinda.
Roll a history check, all of you.
Oh no!
I'm gonna use a new spell I got, and I'm gonna silver bars myself.
Natural 2, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I like how Fukler's like, hey guys. Actually, Preston's like, guys, and then Fukler's like, nah, never mind. I don't know anything.
I got a nat
no,
20.
never mind.
Damn, nat 20?
Yeah.
It's like I'm screaming through plexiglass at Fukler. No! You do remember! No! No!
It's like that one scene in Interstellar where the guy's banging on the window.
Exactly. No! No! No!
Kayasaya,
Mm-hmm.
with your natural 20, you know exactly what Fukler's referring to. He's referring to the roots and mushrooms that is made for Sylvian elixir.
I fucking knew it. No! Oh god, we're boned!
And with your natural 20, if they're roots and mushrooms, fungi typically spread through the air. Maybe with the root hitting the capital city, knocking it down, and a nearby country currently in a windswept sandstorm, possibly threw its pollen all over the world, and now bits of Sylvian elixir regan root are growing elsewhere where they're not supposed to.
Oh no.
All of them are important for me to get that root down.
Cedric,
Nah,
did
we
you
leave
just
it
say nice?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I wonder why.
Cedric, are you
Secretly
currently
engaging
being
as a Comey.
Are you being mind controlled by a Sigtomi? Do I need to divine bitch slap you?
Divine bitch slap.
I don't know, Fugler. Am I?
Are you?
Am I?
Are you?
Am I?
Shit, I don't
You'll
know.
never know.
As you guys are currently walking about Fukler, as you're starting to put some things in your mind, as well as you, Kayasaya, you are looking at Maria, at the least in the back of her head, because she's currently giving you this guide journey. You have a stern look on your face, and whoever can see Kayasaya's face can see this too. She is She has unlocked something in her mind about these Regan roots that is worrying her.
Maybe
I will say the trip is going to take a few hours, and with a guide in hand, you're going to avoid most, if not all, dangers or encounters. Is there anything you guys like to do before we transition to the next scene?
we're gonna avoid in dangerous encounters, or we're gonna be in dangerous encounters.
You're going to avoid.
Well, that's a good
Because
thing.
you have a willing guide taking you.
No, Kaisai is just gonna stay quiet and not rock the boat.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything. I can't really do anything.
Okay.
I mean, I would love to do something, but I can't. Not right now. Plus, we're kind of all looking at these floating avatar islands.
You are.
Kind of pretty. Damn.
What's up?
I'm just thinking about the other day when I was like, oh no, maybe it's pollution from the city causing a greater widespread effect over the greater area. And then we see shit like this that could probably actually be the source of the pollution.
It's great, isn't it?
It's actually more of a Dark Souls-esque kind of like build you have going on here.
Mm-hmm.
If the floating cities actually look like this, it seems like it's kind of high-rise towers with gothic seeming like structures, you know what I mean?
Kind of, yeah, you're right.
Which is, I fucking dig that style.
Mm-hmm.
I really dig that style.
All right. I will say, as your guys' walks and continuations, the night starts to set in. As you guys are starting to walk through this grassland, you're starting to walk closer and closer to a river, and like this river is starting to connect a little bit up ahead of you. And you see about like a 15-minute walk away, you see what looks to be a raised, like watered area as water is flowing downwards from it, making these rivers flow. And you see what looks to be a big tree and some fog covering around it. Medea kind of looks at all of you and says, "This is where you'll be staying for the night. The lady is there, and I'm assuming she knows we're in her presence now, so I wish for everybody to be on your best behavior. Is that all right?"
That is
Yes.
fine.
You see the rest of the crew, Chakna, Finnegan, and Kiana and Isolde kind of just like nod their heads and said, We'll be on our best behavior. Kiana states, "Is there going to be any nourishments or food? I'm currently starved over here." Maria chuckles a little bit. "There's plenty of food that you can try. Come, let's continue walking a little bit more." As you guys continue on, you guys start to see what looks to be this giant, this large swamp area that the water is still flowing brightly blue with fog patches everywhere, as this risen area is covered with mushrooms and bright lights, but also this wooden, centerpiece of, these wooden, floor tiles and this, constructed elevated position where people have built and can walk around this giant tree. And there's these 4 little huts, 2 on each side, and there's all sorts of tools and other knickknacks just like all around these like little tables that they got going on here. But in the middle, in front of this giant tree, you see what looks to be a statue or some sort of figure with all sorts of candles around it, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4 other people ahead of you kind of like stop what they're doing, and they all turn and over and look to you, and this is what you see. So I would like everybody to please put yourselves at the south of the map down here.
Oh, it's uber blurry for me.
It'll load, trust me.
There it goes.
Who's the old asshole with the rice paddy hat?
Me.
Cedric, later in his life.
Cedric, I hope to grow old with you one day and give you a rice paddy hat.
If you don't, I'll consider it the greatest.
Dude, if we all grow old together and if we all live near each other, we have to, for one Halloween, be stereotypical. Like, I'll wear a sombrero and a poncho. Cedric better wear like
I'll go
a
find
hat.
some red like dragon robe, like red robes with dragon and gold, and I'll
Yes.
wear.
You gotta grow out a really long white mustache.
I'll get some like classic like wood sandals too.
You gotta grow out a really long white mustache.
Here's the problem, right? I can't grow facial hair that long, so I'd have to go get like
Facial
the
hair
adhesive
extensions.
They like the adhesive shit for parties.
Yeah.
Who's streaming? You.
Oh, whoa! Oh, this is yours!
Damn.
You made this!
It's a little laggy because I'm trying to like have a lot of things and open and my CPU's going crazy. But yeah, I made this.
Damn, bro.
Dude, this actually looks really fucking good. I'm gonna
Yeah, look at it. I love the animated parts. I wish I could have that on Roll20, but I need to pay for like their pro subscription and everything else. But yeah,
How often we use it, you may as well.
I know, but look, that's the statue you see. I don't have the people there because they're all tokens, but this is what you see. And I wanted to show you guys like a 3D like image of what you guys see as you guys are currently walking along this bridge up to this statue. So I
Who's
gotta
the
ask,
little person at the bridge?
Is it
If
this
I may
dark
so
normally?
kindly ask.
oh, that little person was just a placeholder.
Got ya.
Yeah, just a placeholder. I put them there so I can kind of measure out the whole entire area of like how big things need to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Is
don't
it
worry about
supposed
that.
to be this dark? Like
It is
it's broad
dark.
daylight.
No, it is now nighttime.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Just a girl in the world.
So I will put everyone else. You know what? I will say since it's currently important, only the A team's going to be on the board right now, and we'll keep the B team in the background.
Main characters. Yay! Sorry, Finnegan, you've been shunted to the back again. You deserve better.
You'll get
Alright.
his time in the limelight.
Where's Maria?
Where's
Adrian?
Maria?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry, it
Where's
lagged
Maria?
for a second. Maria, I will put on the board as well. Let me get my tokens out.
Talkies. Dude, I'm going
Talkies?
Maria's in front of you. She's like walking up to the bridge as you see her kind of like raising her hands out as everyone else is also kind of like bowing and like nodding as they all look at her and they look at all of you, and she kind of turns around, she says, "Welcome to the Heartwood, where the lady and the rest of us will gladly have you refuge here for tonight."
Are those humans?
Roll a perception check.
Oh god, I'm gonna roll like shit again.
I'm gonna stop streaming so I can save my CPU because everything's lagging.
Natural 20! Oh my god, you gotta tell me who's on the board.
I'm rolling like shit today.
Natural 20? Okay. So I will say, well, it is a natural 20, I guess, right?
I
Yeah.
know I have horrible perception, but
Yeah.
I've gained a third eye on my forehead for like 2 seconds.
So I will say,
You
with a
needed
natural
people
20,
looking at you on your screens.
they are humans. However,
Oh, again.
Oh my fucking god!
All right, I'm gonna go get some food while they do that.
I got a 24.
He got a nat 20 though.
I know.
All right, I'll be right back.
Twice in one day. It's
Mhm.
twice in one day.
Cedric left
why do you leave?
to go get food because you pulled him in.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. We can wait for a second. That's twice in one day.
That's twice in one day.
I got a 24. What do I see?
24, natural 20 or regular?
It's an 18 plus 6.
That's up to you, Mr. DM.
All right. You know what? Since Cedric's not here, he can't tell. I will say
I don't know if he's
that
gonna go back or not. Or if he is back.
they are humans. However, you can tell that they are affected by the waters and the holification spell here.
Okay. Are we
They
affected
people.
by the hollow spell?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are we being affected by the hollow spell in any like big way?
I mean, kind of in a way because you've been hanging around the island.
Okay.
I mean, like, I'd assume most people would be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm more thinking of like in line with how they're affected.
Fair.
Ah,
No.
music! No, what happened? Here, let me go. Let me put it back. It was Tristram Village. I know it. There it is. It's a good song. Good old Diablo music. I love Diablo.
I love Diablo.
I love Diablo. It's one of my favorite RPGs. No one else does it like Diablo, folks. God.
Earlier when you were doing that girl's voice, Maria's voice,
Yeah.
I was about to say something that you just said in her voice, in the Donald Trump voice, because it sounded so close. You were like, I'm not sure there's ever been something in this forest. And I was about to say, I'm not sure if there's ever been something like it in this forest.
I'm not too sure. You should talk to some big people. I know big people. I know a lot of people.
I know big people at this big tree. I know a lot of people. This
Cedric, are
lady
you
at the
back?
middle of this forest.
Cedric, are you back?
Cedric,
Shelby
hello?
wants to stop.
No, actually, I'm not back. Keep going.
All right. Really
Anyway.
big people. I know them all.
This lady, how great she is. She's the greatest lady I've ever known. The wonderful woman. The great person. Thanks.
Anyway, Cedric's back.
All right. As we're coming back. All right. Sorry, I have something in my eye. Had to clean it up.
Oh darn. Oh, is that RFK I see? Oh, you guys keep doing the voice. I'll be back, guys. Hang on.
What the fuck?
No, I'm playing.
Anyways.
Oh, is that your girlfriend at the door needing to talk to you? Keep doing the voice. You'll be back.
Wait, is Ari actually at your door?
No.
Okay.
Is she? He didn't say no.
He hasn't said anything.
Anyway,
Is Ari there, Cedric? You gotta tell us
No.
those rules.
no,
Okay, I was about to say.
not yet.
Not
What do you mean,
yet?
not
What do
yet?
you mean not yet?
Well, in approximately 10.5 hours, she'll be here.
That's
Shut,
Shut the hell up.
shut the hell up. You know what, Cedric? Just with that, we're playing D&D tomorrow. Tell her no.
10 and
Nah,
a
man.
half hours?
Can't.
Cedric, in 10 and a half hours, that's gonna be like 2:30 in the
Oh,
morning.
did I mistime that? Oh.
I mean, if you call for
20
those late nights, I'm not judging you, man, but
21.5 hours?
There you go.
Around there?
Yeah, no, that seems about right. That's like 1 o'clock, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty sure.
all right. As Maria turns over and says, "Welcome to the Hotwood," you all see these 4 other elderly people kind of start to walk up and look over at you. However, I will say with those who rolled with their perception checks, except for Bayhorn, you all see the statue far behind them, but the statue, at first you thought was just a wooden statue. You notice it moving.
Neat place you have here. You even have moving statues. That's really cool. I like this place. Why do they all have silver rings around their faces?
Reasons.
I don't like your fuckery, Adrian.
Hey,
You
man.
could be giving me a red herring and
You want a
just to
natural
throw
20.
me off.
What did you say, Cedric?
He rolled a natural 20. He should know.
Oh, he knows some things.
I know things.
I'm
He knows a
gonna
lot of things.
take a step forward and look at Maria and say, "When do we get to speak to the lady?"
Where's Bubbles?
Bubbles is next to you. He hasn't said anything. He's been keeping an eye out. Actually, you know what? I would say like during your trip, every like 45 minutes, he would just say, "The coast is clear."
Adrian,
Yes.
does other Bayhorn have words for this?
Or are you going to focus into other Bayhorn?
I assume other Bayhorn gets to just like look out the metaphorical windows that are my eyes while I'm driving the boat.
Roll me insight on yourself.
It's a hell of a thing to do.
A 17.
Does he pass?
17?
Wait, that's the wrong one. I wrote it on my actual character sheet.
Oh, your
not my
actual character sheet, not your wizard one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 16 roll. If you want to add plus 4, 30, 20. Or if I need to roll it again and then get like a nat 1. Can we take 30, 20, please?
Let's take the 30. Let's take that. Why not?
Alright, bet.
You currently hear why did I was about to say Sapphira, so why would I
I
say
always
that?
ask him instead.
Yeah, I know. You hear Zorzark in your head saying, "I don't know about this, buddy. Everything seems a little too fishy. You know it, I know it. Hell, even that damn shark knows it. I just say keep on your guard. Remember, you're not that quick of foot anymore, so if you need to, blast them."
Eldritch Blast.
That's all he says.
It's a very good idea.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Bighorn. Fireball.
Anyway, can I like whisper cast something to where nobody notices?
Roll me a stealth check.
A stealth. Oh man.
Casting
Wait, it's dark,
requires words.
It requires words. Yeah, he's gonna try to whisper them. So go for it.
It's
Roll me a
dark,
stealth
right?
check. It is dark.
Alright, I rolled a 26.
All right, I would say you can whisper your magic.
I cast protection from evil and good.
Okay. You cast protection from evil and good.
Yes, on
All right.
myself. Nobody knows.
Okay.
I am protected.
All right. Kaisai, as you walk up and you ask if you can speak to the lady, you see Miria kind of just like give you like a soft smile, and she kind of like points her hand out over to the statue, and she says, "If you're so eager, go ahead." As the elderly men and one woman in the back kind of just like give you space as they kind of like retreat over to the edges of the area, and Maria kind of like walks up next to the statue.
Kaiasai will move about right here
Mm-hmm.
and look at the statue.
As you look at the statue, you see what looks to be a slender figure covered in fungi and glowing roots, locked into place onto this one little stump next to this tree. Childlike in the face of appearance, with ears kind of spreading out fiercely like an elf, but longer, probably like covering her whole entire head of mushroom-like hair as her horns are protruding upwards as well. And this is what you see.
Do I recognize?
You immediately recognize that this person is definitely influenced by fungi and mushrooms. However, I need you to roll me a history check.
Oh boy. Nat 20
At 20?
for 29?
At 29?
No fucking way. No fucking way.
So what you see, based off all your research, based off all your workings, this looks like a childlike version of Ziktomi.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
All right, I'm gonna send you back in 3, 2, 1.
Use, man.
Back to the YouTube. And that's what you see, Kaisai.
Got it.
You see Donald Trump making out with Joe Biden.
Shut the fuck. Anyways,
I'm not sorry that I put that image in your head.
I am gonna kill you. Anyways,
Don't worry, I've already died once.
yeah, this time I'm gonna finish the damn job.
Well, you're gonna make me roll natural ones.
Disadvantage, all of
This is hey. What if I roll double nat 20s on it though? Huh?
them. Yeah. Anyways, Kaisai, you see this thing, this person, this being. Bukler and Bayhorn, are you gonna follow up with her?
No.
Bukler?
What should I say?
It's up to you,
I-
man. What do
You're
you want to do?
welcome.
Cedric, I'm going to fucking murder you if you do that again.
Fugler and Bayhorn, you can visually see that Chalknut puts a hand on Kaisai's shoulder as Kaisai is like visibly shaken.
She'd be alright.
I cast Crown of Madness on her.
No.
So you cast Greater Madness on her?
Crown of Madness, which is
Oh.
basically Greater Madness, yeah.
I was gonna say, bro.
And then
I mean, if
basically,
we're playing it like that,
it's basically Greater
cast
Madness if I
Major
had to
Image
think
and
about it.
Ziktomi.
If I had tried to cast Dominate Monster on Bayhorn, would it work?
I'm not a monster.
Bayhorn's considered a creature, not a monster.
Kyrian
I-
is one though.
I consider him a monster in my eyes.
I mean, Kyrian, no, I shouldn't say that's a spoiler.
Huh?
Wait, did spoil? You saying there's more Kyrian content in the future?
Are we gonna have to
Potentially.
fight and kill him? I
No,
would
there's
love
potentially
that.
more Kyrian content. If you guys
Can
don't
we
meet
kill
him this campaign, you might see him next campaign.
Is it gonna be like Flame Emperor of the Brass City or some shit?
That'd be fucking sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Flame Emperor of the Brass City. That actually
Right.
sounds.
That sounds dope as fuck.
That sounds actually dope as fuck.
Hey, you'd have
Okay.
a great ally.
The Flame Emperor of the Brass City of Jinns. That sounds
That sounds dope. You know
that
what? I'm
sounds rad
stealing
as
that.
hell.
I'm stealing that.
Okay, you full permission. Go ahead.
Full,
That sounds
full
rad as
permission.
hell.
Yeah. All right. You know what? You might meet him in third campaign. Then that'll be his new title. You know,
The,
we'll see.
the,
We'll see.
the
We'll see.
Flame Emperor of the Brass City, Kyrian.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. At least his awful
Okay.
gameplay and mannerisms will be worth something.
You have to perfectly capture his chaotic attitude.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I will. Anyways, Kai-Sai, what do you do? As seemingly Chakna also recognizes what this is and what's happening.
Might I have your name?
Fireball.
Leave me here.
You sense kind of like a whisper kind of flowing through the winds as you just hear my name is Zuktamoi, Guardian of the Vorthen Lakes. Or otherwise you may call me the Lady.
How do you spell your name?
Sounds
If I
awfully
may
close to
ask.
Zictomi, lady.
No, the Fugler will look violently at Bayhorn. Message cast. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
You're gonna get us killed. And calmly, sweetly,
Sorry, no,
gently. You're perfectly fine. Please don't let us die, though. If you're not a melee fighter anymore. I have to do the melee fighting thingy.
Yeah, you have to do it all on your own.
I have to be the tank.
You have to do the thing you're designed to do. Oh no.
It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
You'll be fine.
You know what? Whenever I get that necromancer's hand, the first person's bones I'm turning to jelly is you.
What the fuck did I do to you? Cunt. You.
Oh my god. Okay, can I ask you to spell your name, Miss Lady?
I've never been asked that in my years I've been here. Zugtmoy.
Oh, why? Zuktamoy. Zuktami. Okay. I'm going to quietly message the captain. How do you spell Zuktomi's name, if you do know how to spell it?
Hold on, let me.
I'm thinking this might be an anagram.
Both
With
Fugler and
anagram.
Bayhorn, you both see that this statue, as she is talking and slightly moving, almost looks akin to like a child, almost like childlike face and features, childlike proportions. You're not too sure why she's just stuck there. You're not too sure if she just doesn't want to move or she can't move. You're not exactly too sure.
Okay. I'm gonna throw another one of these out there. Divine sense.
Divine sense?
If I'm blinded, well, fuck it, I guess.
So, with
You
a
might not
divine
be close
sense,
enough.
yeah, what is divine sense? Is it 30 feet?
60.
60?
Oh,
Okay,
never mind.
you're close enough. You sense from this person called Ziktomi, or this person called the Lady.
Did you just say Ziktomi?
Mm-hmm.
You sense you you sense a.
You hear him in the background.
I can hear in the background.
I'm kicking my little feet.
You sense
I'm back. I'm back.
you sense what seems to be this aura of purification around her. It like anything that is dark, anything that is known as evil is just gone, just around her. This creature, this thing is almost just too pure to be alive at the moment, and that scares you the most.
Hmm.
Do you tell this to anyone?
No. That's dangerous to tell people. Also, the old people are getting closer to you, in case you haven't noticed. I don't like anything about this. I'm gonna lean over to Bayhorn. 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 Answer me, please.
He's
Bayhorn.
eating
Wow,
his
pretty
queso.
flowers.
Did you just say, wow, she's flowers?
It says, wow, pretty flowers.
Bayhorn. Bayhorn, shut the fuck up. Listen. Do you recognize these mushrooms? You remember these?
I'm gonna go touch him.
No.
Don't you remember what happened last time you did that?
I'm gonna go touch him.
There was
No.
there was a big old thingy that happened in that cave.
Caius
Like,
I
all-
will see.
We should go touch him.
Seeing Bayhorn move, Caius I will
Fukler will
mentally
firmly
link.
grasp Bayhorn's
Yeah.
shoulder. No.
You don't want to touch the pretty flowers?
No, and neither should you.
Yeah.
Bubbles, grab his leg gently. Don't hurt his
Hold on.
leg.
Caius I will mentally link with Bayhorn and tell him, stay put, don't fuck around.
These
my whole
mushrooms
point.
are like the ones you touched with the Sylvian elixir stuff. You remember that? I recognize these mushrooms. Specifically the blue ones. The blue ones are the one with all that goopy stuff in it. Also the... Adrian.
Yes.
Adrian. Okay, since I remember this as me, do I have to roll a history check for Fukler to remember seeing these wisps in that cave?
It's been a few months. I would say so. It'd be a low roll, so you don't have to worry about it too much.
Alright. Bluey! Natural 1. I'm...
You may have to worry about it a little bit.
You know, I have... Where do I find some dice that don't betray me?
You know
should
what?
use the unicorn dice.
Fukler, I'm not going to be that mad at you. I'm not going to be that bad for you. I would say since it's only been a few months, you would still remember it. You actually, you know what? It's even better because you do have keen mind, so your mind is sharpened. So I would say you would even need to roll it.
I forgot
You,
the extra
because you ate
15.
that fruit.
Yeah.
So I would say you do remember those wisps.
Okay. Bayhorn, those wisps were also in the cave. So if I had to make an educated guess, don't go into the water surrounding this tree. Don't go into the water surrounding this tree. There- Fukler himself, with his eye patch off, hopefully it doesn't get her attention, is going to look into the water that's out there and try to see if he can see some bodies or anything in the water that, isn't supposed to be swimming in the water.
As you take a look into the water with your true sight. How close are you? Okay.
30 feet.
About 30, 40, 35 feet. Okay. I will say that as you currently look in, you don't notice anything in the water itself at all. You do see that the water is, even though it's a little bit darkened because it is nighttime, it is still pure and bright. Like, either this is the source of the water that's been purifying, or the source is nearby.
Okay. Fukler is going to walk up. Do both Kaiasai and Chagna recognize her, don't they?
You definitely you definitely see on Chakna's face that it is stern, it is focused. You haven't seen Chakna this focused ever. So it seems like he knows what is going on, and he has a hand on on Kaisa's shoulder, like gripping her shoulder.
Chakna, buddy, pal, if you don't mind responding to this message, who do you know who that lady is?
He responds back quietly, almost like a whisper. This thing is the one that caused the tree roots to fall. The one that killed our crew and left me for dead.
Isn't she supposed to be in hell?
Supposed to be. I'm not too sure if she got out or this is something else.
Okay, so if I had to guess, hypotheticals here, I don't think we could take her down at this point. We could, but I don't know if we could. You know what I mean? The chances are not in our favor. It's going to be at least a 60-40 against us. A god, even in their weakened state, is a god. So,
Not a god. This is a demon, or at least it's supposed to be. Demons can be slain, but not kept away. I think we could take her on, but it's like you said, it'll be against our favor. However, from what I'm looking at her now, she is not as strong as she's supposed to be. She's young, innocent almost.
So, what do you think her intentions are? Does she
I'm not too
remember
sure.
anything?
I'm not sure.
I want to roll a religion check, Adrian.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind. Because
roll.
Siktomi, even though Chakna here is saying she's a demon, she was a god of nature, wasn't she? On the moon. On the moon.
Roll it, and we'll figure
Roll
it
it.
out. Roll it.
Please, natural 20. Please, natural 20. Please. Oh my!
Oh my god!
I'm going to the restroom. I'll be there.
All right.
5 minutes.
All right. Well, we're taking a 5-minute break. Everybody go use the restroom.
All right. I'm gonna give this dice a second chance. I've rarely ever used this dice because it always seems to fuck me over. This die in particular, this dice set.
We'll roll another religion check with your silvery bars.
Baba Booey.
Let's go. Come on.
12.
12? Okay. So you were trying to figure out religion check on Toby, right?
Yep.
With a 12, with your research that you've done on Strixhaven, with the various books and everything. So to make sure, Bayhorn, you here?
Yeah.
All right, everyone's here. You do recognize that Zatomi was not a god. Zatomi was called Lady of Fungi or Demon Queen of Fungi. She was never a god to begin with. She's always had aspirations and goals of gaining power to become a god, but she's never actually became a god. She's only ever been a demon, and that's all she's ever been. However, the thing in front of you, as far as you can tell, does not seem like a demon.
All right, Adrian. I'm gonna invoke something real quick.
Okay.
You have to tell me now which side this lady is leaning.
Which
Because-
side? Okay.
which side this lady is leaning because of a certain thing in divine sense. I'm going to invoke this because as an action, you can detect good and evil.
Okay. You want me to tell you?
Tell me which one this lady is.
You can tell on the onset she is good. She's got a strong sense of good. However, you do sense crawling beneath the surface is that there was once, or maybe there still is, a presence of strong evil within her.
Hmm.
So you definitely sense both. However, it seems like this purification waters, this area is quelling her evilness.
This water is quelling her evilness?
Or at least this area.
The fuck? What? Okay, that raises a lot of questions. Okay, so then if the area itself is making her unevil, edit undo evil, what is the water coming from?
You're not exactly too sure.
Any ideas, Bayhorn?
Oh,
No?
no.
Yeah.
As you are currently contemplating and thought about everything, Kaisai,
Hmm.
what do you say or what do you do as you recognize this being in front of you?
I will ask her, does she know what she is?
She responds back, I know what I am. I know what I was. I know that I am not that anymore. I know what I am now.
Shit.
Why do you control this area?
Because I speak through the nature, not just through fungi, but through the trees, the animals. I am now a guardian to this place. Patient. I understand the value of time, life as it is now. I do remember my past as a demon, but I do not shy away from it. I use it as a reminder of what I once was and what I should never become again. That's why I stay here, where the waters help heal my blackened soul.
Will you help us get to the library and one of the floating chunks?
She kind of like cocks her head over to you, and she starts to read you a little bit as you are still shaken by her presence. I sense a great deal of worry and battle within you. Do you need rest? Do you need nourishment?
We have food on us. Would you be willing to help us get to the floating library?
I will, in return for something.
What do you want in return?
You see, for I am stuck here, in this place. I cannot venture far from this area. So, I typically send out Maria or the others here in the Heartwood to quell beasts and other things that bring harm to this valley. If you go east, about a 6-hour walk, or shorter if you manage to have the abilities to make it faster, there is a long and forgotten, should I say, sanctuary at the base of another tree. It is overrun and polluted with toxins that I just can't seem to quell at the moment. And once you're there, I need you to destroy the root of the problem.
Why do you ask us and not one of your followers?
As you say that, you see like the followers, including Maria, kind of just like shuffle a little bit, and they kind of like put their heads down in almost sort of a shame. And she continues, "There was another. They didn't make it. They were one of the stronger ones, as these," and she looks past Maria, past the younger elven woman, but like these other older folks. These are too young, too new to the world once again. I would not send their life for forfeit if I didn't know they would come back safely, or at least accomplish their mission. However, you and the others behind you, as she kind of looks over at the other team, I've sensed you when you made foot onto this island, and I sense that you've dealt with some of the afflictions, the poison on this great and beautiful place. I think you can be able to do the job just fine, if not better, than my children here.
So, in return of helping us get to the library, you would ask to take from me again.
I must be mistaken. This is the first time we have met.
This may be the first time we met in person. However, before you knew of this form, I had to deal with the consequences of your previous form.
Then strike me.
I cannot.
If I somehow, as a different form, took from you, it's only fitting in nature for you to take it back and get revenge for what has been lost. We are all animals. We are all nature. I will not stop you. You can take your revenge here and now if you'd like. If what you say is true and I did something to you so horrific in the past. But was it me? Or am I new and different? How can you point at me and push the blame on me when I had nothing to do with it?
That is exactly why I cannot take this vendetta against you.
Okay. Well, let's put this to the test. I have a quick way of solving this entire issue. If your loyal retainers wouldn't mind me getting close, I want to try something. Nothing that's going to hurt you, I promise. Actually, no, it should work from here, shouldn't it? Yes, no, yeah.
Chakna kind of looks at you and looks over back at you, Kai-Sai. Chakna takes your hand, Kai-Sai, and he says, "We can leave right now if you'd like. We can find some other way to get to the
No.
library."
Before we do that, I'm going to do something. Miss... what was it? Zugtomi? Or Zugtomi?
She looks over at you, and she kind of cocks her head a bit. You see her wave her hand, and suddenly a wrapping of vines start to appear around your mouth, and it shuts your mouth shut.
This bitch.
You will speak when you are spoken to, child.
Oh.
For now,
Oh. Okay.
I am talking to the young lady in front of you.
Okay. I'll
And
wait
you
my
will
turn, page.
remove your holding on my crew.
You see her like do like a cutting motion with her fingertips down, and you see on Fukler's mouth the vines just break apart and dissipate. He's not hurt. It was just a slight muffling of his voice.
Fukler will lean in close to the captain. Captain, I can cast Zone of Truth right now, and you can ask her any question you want for the next few minutes. That's what I was going to do. You could ask her what her ambitions are for the next 1,000 years to see if she's actually telling the truth about being changed or not. That's what I was going to do.
Guys, I will telepathically tell Fukler if she's even a fraction of Ziktomi, she could possibly counteract that spell.
Wouldn't that make me know that she counteracted it, though?
Yeah, you would know.
Possibly.
Yeah. I feel like I would immediately know. Yeah.
If you want, go ahead.
It's a type charm spell. I would immediately know if she tried to counteract it. Yeah. So it's worth a shot.
If you want to use the spell slot.
Alrighty. I'm willing to use the spell slot for this because I deem it plot important. And I'm going to use the spell slot for Zone of Truth. You have 10 minutes of absolute truth from her.
Doesn't she have to save?
Yes, she does. Go ahead and roll me a charisma saving throw. God, I hope she loses.
You know what happens? You sense
shit.
that wave exude from your body. You see it overtake her, but she doesn't resist.
Oh? Captain.
Hmm.
She accepted the spell. She didn't try to resist at all.
Interesting.
10 minutes. Counting
Got
down.
it. You say that these waters purify you and help heal the blackened heart of yours. What are your intentions?
My intentions are to be a sort of vanguard for this island and the corruption that is polluting the outskirts. And I try my best every day to fight back against that pollution here. I wish to see this place flourish, healthy, and not overtaken by any son of pollution or any other evil being. That's what I want. That's what I do here.
How much do you remember of your other form?
I remember bits and pieces. The water here, you see, dissolves those memories, that hatred, that constant need of expansion and control. I remember a great battle as she kind of like looks up into the sky and the bright moon is now like shadowing over all of you in like a half cast, in like a half moon type of state. I remember fighting, being slain by a woman made of crystal, and others, a man on fire, a orange tin skinned man with a bird, some creature, a beautiful woman casting spells. I remember a bald, honestly weird, goopy man fighting as well. I remember death. After that, I woke up here. This place was polluted, trying to overtake me as well, and I decided to fight back. And now what you see here, and she kind of like moves her arms to everything around. This is my sanctuary. This is my home. This is my heartwood.
Do you know what your past form did to this planet?
Like I said, bits and pieces elude me. I remember in my past that an old form of mine terrorized this planet, skeeved, knived in every waking sense of the form. I do remember she hid things here, pockets, caverns, with her influence and her spores, waiting to be released sometime in the future. Or even now. A cave might be growing and bursting as we speak. Other than that, she waited. They waited. For months, years, decades, waiting for the right time to strike. You have about 6 more minutes of the
I know.
spell left, by the way.
Um, what are your feelings on what your past form did?
I have no feelings at all. It may be my past form, but that is not me. I am who I am now.
You may be who you are now, and that is who I'm asking of what your past form, what they did.
Well, based off the spell that your partner here casted, you tell that I'm speaking truth. I have no emotions or ties to that past self.
So you feel no sadness that your past self did this to your heartwood.
If you put it that way, it's not sadness that I feel. It's regret. A regret that they couldn't see an alternative way to grow. They could have done it differently, not with so much death and decay. So, I guess this talk is instilling some sort of regret feelings within me. And that is all.
If you are not like anything of your previous form, if you do feel the regret and sadness of what that form of Zatomi did to this planet, will you assist us to the library right now?
You
I
already know.
seek information to fix what she did. It will help fix the planet itself.
And I seek assistance to help another situation not spread and overtake this land. You already heard my terms. You help me, and I help you.
Mm,
If you wish to access the library by yourself, be my guest. You won't be able to make it.
and
In
why is
fact, you
that?
don't even, because you don't know where it is. Is it up above, in the sky, in the clouds, or is it down below, deep within the cragged earth, where the city once fell? You don't know. I know you may have the zone of truth on me, but if you were to ask that question, I wouldn't speak. Sadly, child here, you have no chips to bargain.
Who's to say we are even capable of successfully fixing what you asked us to fix?
I've seen what you've done to the Bodex and the corpse flower. I sense it within the very wood and the waters. I also sense some great magical proprieties coming from your team here. One of them, in fact, eluded you this whole time. They're not who he says he is.
Who's to say we already don't know that?
Oh no, Finnegan's evil.
Well, if you didn't know that one of your party members has great magical abilities to shape and change the very essence of their soul,
There
I'll
are a
just leave it
couple.
at that.
Who's to say we already don't know that? Who says we are not already aware of that?
Are you?
What is she referring to?
The soul gem crystals.
Ah.
What the queen gave you.
No, not exactly. Roll insight check.
Me?
All of you.
Oh, oh boy! I hope I actually get something this time.
I'm gonna
Ah, shit.
chrono shift.
Let's go gambling! Ah, dang it.
Cedric, roll an insight check, please.
Shit.
Oh my
Silvery
god.
barbs.
I'm playing D&D.
Oh,
What? Huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
hold on. We're waiting on Cedric.
Oh dang! Kaisai cast silvery barbs.
We are waiting on Cedric.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not gonna get a lot of time to hang out when school starts. She comes here, she's not gonna go like outside very much.
think he's talking about Ari coming over.
I don't know. What is it, Preston? What's wrong?
Shelby's gonna be able to find out who's the traitor, and I'm afraid it's me, and I'm being duped into like helping you guys.
Hmm.
I don't want to be duped into helping you.
Why is there Photoshop pictures of a slick-haired Homelander on pictures of Jordan, like the Jordan flag behind him, with like political ads?
Homie, I couldn't tell you.
Why is that the first thing I see when I look up Twitter? What?
No fucking idea.
No idea.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why?
Roll insight check.
A natural 20.
Nice. Say we both got 24.
All right.
Well, those two get to go on the private call. I'll just.
Am I getting
No.
pulled aside?
No. No. Both Kaisai and Beihorn, you recognize that she's referring to somebody in your midst who is not saying what they should be saying or not saying who they are. She's referring to Beihorn using something or doing something to his person. Beihorn, you would know this as she senses that your inner workings, your soul somehow got changed recently.
No comment.
So it's ironically tied to the soul gems, which, yeah.
Yeah. Not the
But-
soul gems itself. That's why I said not exactly, but it is tied to the soul gems.
Yeah, but it's like, guys, that's not gonna come out and right out say it either.
Yeah.
Even if she did
But-
know, she ain't still gonna say it.
Yeah. But you can tell that this fragment, as they tell me, can understand that something is wrong with one of your party members,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not saying anything about it. And now you have more questions in your head.
That's okay. I'm more focused on something else right now.
Anyways, at this point in time, you have 3 minutes left of this. So basically, probably 3 more questions and 3 more answers.
Mm-hmm. Kaisai will continue on with, even with all of our stuff, all of our abilities, who's to say we can still beat that? There has been many a times where we thought we could handle something, but we couldn't. Some of us paid with our lives for that.
Then it's the natural way of life, isn't it? Things live, things fight, things die.
You're
Yes,
definitely one to be saying that.
things die, and yet here we are. And she'll glance over at Maria with things that died a long, long time ago that are somehow back.
If you're just afraid, then say so and leave.
Not
You know your way back. If you don't feel up to the task, then by all means, stay here for the night, replenish yourself, and leave in the morning. You don't know how to get to the library? I have the power to get you there.
And One more time for those in the back. What do you need us to do so we can go in the library?
I need you to quell a poison, a pollution, a sickness out to the east and destroy the creatures sitting and rivaling there, destroying something nearby that is most precious to this land. Once you do so and come back, I will take you to the library.
Okay. I'm willing
You
to do
know-
that anyway.
You know what I say to be true. I do not deny it.
No,
And if I say what is to be true, you should know this. I'm not lying when I say that you have no way to getting to the library.
What do you mean by that?
Finish my job and my request, and you shall know.
Are you the library?
Cedric, you're a fucking genius.
She doesn't respond, but
You're
you see on her face she has like a little bit of a coy smile growing on her face.
your brain is fucking goddamn enormous, Cedric.
I love contributing in just the right ways at just the right times, but only once in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Only once in a while. Although,
I wasn't sure
Charm.
what she was meaning by it.
as she's giving her a slight smile, go ahead and all of you roll another insight check.
Roll another insight check.
Yep.
oh, my. Oh,
Please!
16.
A 10.
3.
Damn, Preston.
3.
Damn, Chanda.
Where's your soul days insight check?
Do you want me to roll for insult it? You want to call in backup?
Yeah.
Do I get to use my bonus action to call for backup?
All right. Insight at advantage for Solde because she has advantage on insight.
She's good at this.
Wow,
Stuff.
double nines.
That's a 9 and a 6.
Oh wait, they're just opposite. One, wait, no, wait. They both have the nines. I just didn't see the little dot on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm timed out.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I like how
15.
Preston and Shelby never actually joined.
I know.
No, I got timed
Oh.
out. Like, I lost my timer. I was
Oh
waiting
no,
for my
whenever I
timer.
got dragged out, it just never rejoined.
Oh, fair.
I'll just wait for my timer to go away.
Solde does come up behind you, Bayhorn, and she gives you like a soft, like, hand on your back. However, Bayhorn, Kaisai, and actually, hold on. Let me see. Kaisai 16, Bayhorn 10. Only Kaisai and Isolde know this. Not only is her smile referring to that she is, quote unquote, the library. That's not entirely true. Kaisai, you can tell. But she definitely has secure access to the library and knowledge of the library within.
Hence, I am once again stuck
Why don't we just help her?
dealing with the consequences of Zatomi, of her controlling my life.
What does she want us to do again?
She wants us to go kill something.
Alright, let's go kill that thing.
But here's the funny thing. Not only with her being here, but with the Zatomi root being the cause of all this, we have to be extra careful because it could be another Zatomi creature and we could get infected.
Great lady Zuktomi. You got any protection for us so we don't turn into Zuktomi creatures? Because that'd make our jobs a lot easier, which gets you results a lot faster.
I do
You know,
have
Cedric?
protections. However, it's not a Ziktomi creature you have to worry about.
What
It
form
is.
of... Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Fukla. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what form of creature do we have to worry about then?
A servant from the Lord of Nothing, the faceless Lord Jubliex.
I'm gonna say Mithrix, but okay.
Shut the fuck.
That trailer we hit
Mithrix,
hard,
King of Nothing?
King of Nothing? Nani?
Nani?
This demon, Jubliex, is a rival to my fragment Ziktomi. He senses great power that I defend here. And if you were to overtake it, he would start more problems than good here on this land. If he is not stopped. So by all means,
huh?
rest, relax, leave in the morning and never return.
So I have to fight another demon's lieutenant.
It sounds like you're quite skilled in that department. That's why I can trust you.
You
Question.
are so far from the truth.
Question. If you don't mind me asking. You've said we can leave like 4 times now. Yet you do need someone to do this favor. Tell me, do you have a backup plan?
I do. But it most likely would not be successful.
You don't seem that worried then.
Because I'm not going to force you to do anything. This is your choice.
Ooh, that's different.
Ah, but here's the
That's...
thing. You know we need access to the library.
We don't direly need access to the library. We could probably get that information from other places. She's not going...
know where
Just-
else to go to find information on what I need to do.
I have an
Different
idea.
Library.
You
I have an
told
idea.
us to go here.
He also told us to go to the north. We have other options.
He says the north for your sword.
Exactly.
That's not
Which
what
is
I
another...
need. He says for my stuff is here.
Okay.
Well,
We can go to the north
it
for
doesn't
your
sound like you have a
sword.
lot of choices, huh?
No, I don't. I don't have enough choices.
Alright,
I don't have
so then
any
we're gonna kill
choice.
this random person.
But it's interesting that she kept, and guys, I will glance at Tomai or whatever. It's interesting that she kept offering us to leave even though she knows she has all the cards apparently.
Well,
She said she didn't want to force us.
she says
That-
she has other ways of accomplishing her things, they're just not as certain.
Exactly.
She seems pretty resolute in her ways.
And she doesn't want to force us either. I'm pretty sure the people she has here aren't really slaves of her will either. Fukuru's gonna
Sure.
look around to the other patrons she has, like
They-
Maria and the other old people.
They all hold stoic faces, like they're listening in. They're not in any sort of weird shackling or under any magical effects that you can tell by your divine sense. They are just here, living, enjoying the bounty that this thing gives them.
She's not dominating people for her ambitions.
No, but these people might not have their memories because they might be just like Maria, dead
You
before
see-
the calamity or dead recently, and she brought them back the waters.
You see one of them raising her hand, his hand. The bald gentleman on the top right over here. You see him raise his hand. I don't mean to interrupt, however. My name is Aledrin. I am a half-elf. I do remember my past, young one. I was known as the Sage of Time back in my day. Now, you see him, he's a tall, balding man, a gaunt-looking face. Not malnourished or unhealthy. He's healthy, he's living.
Just ancient.
Just ancient. These waters gave me unique control over time. And you see him, like, pluck a leaf from the tree branch above him. And you see him focus on it, and you see the tree branch, or the tree leaf immediately wither away and die. And then suddenly it returns back to that healthy tree leaf.
Ooh.
And how long ago were you originally alive?
The fall of Pranoia. I am the most recent to awaken. I died falling. And you see him kind of just point to the sky at one of the many rock foundations up above you. I was in my library, trying to gather resources and needs before I left, when suddenly a giant earthquake and boom started appearing. It broke my wall, where my books fell with me. I continued to fall and fall and fall, until I landed nearby. I was dead in an instant. I didn't feel any pain. And then I woke up, surrounded in swamp water, and I still remember, young one.
Well, you are recent.
So are they. Lady Sephiria here. And he points over to the lady in front of him. This mistress, as far as she tells me, she remembers 500-600 years ago, when she was just but a lonely woman who would live off the land. Not in any great city, but here. Ravael, the gentleman across from me, and he points over to the one with the hat on. Sadly, the waters could not help his throat. He is unable to speak. But he is known as the Keeper of Memories. He writes down everything that he ever remembers. He has a tome in his home, his hut, and he kind of points it over down to like one of the many huts over here on the north end of the map. He is introspective and reserved, lost in a labyrinth of his own memories. But the waters help him extract, share, and bringing those memories to life in his books. And if you read one of his books, you can feel yourself be teleported to those exact points in time and memory. And then we have Zephyr, and he points to the gentleman below him. The Wind Walker. He is the youngest out of all of our old coots here, next to Maria, of course. Runs like the wind, an ability to control, manipulate the winds and the flow with his mind. He is healthy. I am healthy. We are healthy. I can tell just by your speech, your mannerisms, your time here. You have a deep hatred for Our Lady. I do not understand why. I do not understand your story. But I will not sit back and abide as you slander her greatness and her goods and her protection that she's given us.
Oh, this is tragic.
Bayhorn's
All
just
she
looking at
wants.
the sea, by the way. He wants to ask a question after he's done with his speech.
All she wants is to protect us, to protect the land, to make sure nothing else comes bad about it, as much as she can. Can she solve all of this Terra's land's problems? No, she cannot. But that doesn't mean that she cannot try. And so I implore you, please set aside your differences, young one. Listen to her. Listen to her. I can tell by your anger that you wish to mean harm. You wish to destroy everything she's ever walked or touched on. I understand, child. I've held that anger before in my past too, against many others. Do not let your hate blacken your heart, as her heart was blackened from her old fragments. I have said my piece. And he kind of just like swaths and like leans against the railing a little bit.
Adrian.
What is it?
I rolled a natural 20 insight.
Yeah? What are you trying to roll? What are you trying to look for?
This dude is being very commanding.
Yeah.
He is being, like, very commanding. Is she speaking through him without him realizing?
You can tell with your insight and your divine sense and everything going on. He was talking in the very end of your spell. He is telling the truth. He is not being manipulated. He is not being forced to say any of this. He truly, deeply loves Ziktomi,
Does
this
he know?
guardian. As far as you can tell, he doesn't know who Ziktomi truly is. At least the fragment or the beyond, the passing, the past. He doesn't care about that. You can tell that he only cares about now.
Well, he is the Lord of Time, so if anybody was to get over something or not fear the future, it would be him. However...
Hi, Asayu. As you heard this man speak, through the end of the Speak with Truth spell zone around him, what is your reaction? What do you say? What do you do?
It's interesting seeing someone who was killed by the root from Ziktomi speak so lovingly for her.
Damn, she really just laid that out.
He looks over at you, Kaisai, and he says, I see in your heart you do not know forgiveness, then.
It's hard to forgive when a being took away everything you've ever loved.
And what about me? I loved the library. I loved my family. I lost my friends, my animals, my city that I so painstakingly worked hard to give back to the society we lived on. And now it is gone. It is up in the air, just out of reach for me. I understand loss. I understand pain and hate. I understood. I still do. The first few years I was resurrected by her graces. I didn't want to be alive either. But if you let your emotions and your hatred overrule that in your heart, I see nothing within you but a small, frail child, waving her hands at anything she wishes to be destroyed, silenced.
No, that's not what is actually there. Because you're right. I am angry. I'm damned angry. She caused the event that killed my crew, my family, my husband, my own child. She has left things behind that is causing havoc and murders innocent life. And it's something I do not stand for. It's something I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to hunt this stuff down no matter how long it takes. You can call that a vendetta if you want. Go ahead. But I do not stand for evil. I do not allow this darkness to take what's been taken from me. I want to right the wrongs. I want to fix what should have been fixed a long time ago.
He takes a few steps in front. 1, 2, 3. Then by all means, take your vendetta. If you truly believe in your heart and your clouded mind that this one, Our Lady, is still the one that gave you all this strife and grief, strike her down. I implore you to do so. But just know, you're going to have to go through me. And you're going to have to kill another innocent in this game of life.
And that's the thing. I try my best not to kill any innocents. And if she is innocent, she is against everything that her former form is.
Then why the hate? Why the pestilence in your heart? As he's like starting to raise his hand up more, and you see like his old, like veiny, like muscles are starting to outstretch and get louder. Why argue? She has told you the truth. You know it to be true that this great lady of the Heartwood, she is not that. She is pure. She has manifested great, bountiful things for us. The food in our bellies, the huts where we sleep, the water which we drink.
And yet she stands here and tries to manipulate me into doing some of her bidding when I am trying to get information on how to stop the final root from burning, on how to permanently end one of Zetomi's lieutenants, to stop her from causing more harm, similar to this, across the entire planet.
You say manipulation. I don't think you understand the definition of that word. Let me teach you something as a sage to a child, a student. Manipulation is to control or play upon unfair, insidious means, especially to their own advantage. Do you think if you decide to take on her offer and destroy the thing that the Lord of Nothing, Jubliex, is poisoning down over there, yonder to the east, and she in return gives you what you seek, is that insidious? Is that unfair? I see that as an equal trade. Most sane people will see that as an equal trade. If you cannot give over your vendetta, if you cannot give up your hatred towards something that is already gone, he just waves a hand over at you and he just says, then I suggest you leave tonight and never return.
It's interesting. Your passion. But there are things you don't understand.
Nor will I ever. But you do not understand the pain that I've been. Does that mean I have to go on a vendetta? Does that mean I have to go on a burning crusade? What say you, Dragonborn? Or you, Elf? Or you, Human? And he looks over at Chakna. What do you make of all this? Does she answer everything for you?
I mean, we haven't really gotten a chance to respond.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real. Chakna, buddy, and Fukler will like elbow him in the side. I think you should say something. Your wife is kind of like blowing up right now. I really think you should like chip in.
You see Chakna turn you, Kayasaya, and you see in Chakna's face is stern. The most stern you've ever seen him, even more than those daring adventures and those daring escapades you had in your space travels. This is the most serious you've ever seen your husband in his life. Kayasaya, we have an equal trade here. Just let that hatred go for now.
How can you see it as an equal trade? We have to fight another demon's lieutenant. The last time we did that, we died.
And we're stronger now.
We thought we were strong then. We survived the fucking war.
Then you know
Somehow.
what should we do? We defy our fate like we've done before. You brought me back. I am here to help you every step of the way. Doesn't matter what you tell me to do, I will do it if you think that's right. But I can see within you, you are hurting, and I understand. I was there in your gem for 30 years. I've seen those painless nights. I've seen those tough moments where you wanted to give it all up, but you didn't because you wanted me back. Everything in nature is equal. Only those things that I can tell that are not here at this very present. This thing, this Zotomi, this fragment of hers, she is different.
And that is why she still breathes. I see she is different. But I'm trying to stop what her previous form still does. What her remains still do. What her lieutenant has done. And yet, she wants us to go defeat her former form's rival's lieutenant to keep the lands as they are right now, when this is not their natural state either.
Akna kind of looks at you, and he just bites his lower lip a little bit, almost to the point where you see blood flowing. You know, I love nature. I have never seen anything as beautiful as this. Next to my home, that asteroid up in the stars. This place, albeit accelerated in growth, it is true. It is nature in its fullest. The path here to the crater, to this place, I felt like I was home again, exploring the jungle, exploring that forest. This is healthy. This land is a beating heart. She is not doing anything to poison it. And if there's something else out there, I personally would wish to stop it. Getting access to the library is extra coin on top of the pile. I am still with you, Kayasaya. You brought me back. We can defy fate together with our friends here. I trust in Fukler and I trust in Bayhorn with my life, as they do with you.
No, Chuck, no.
And you see him kind of like shudder a little bit. This fragment of Zatomi is different. Bayhorn is different from his fragment of Zorzark, and he's a better man for it. Fukler, I know we still have a lot of mystery around you, and I swear we'll get to the bottom of it. You are my friend. You're all my partners. We've all lost something, and we all have something to gain. So Kaisai, I implore you, please Just accept the deal. I am alive because of you, and frankly, I don't give a damn about Tsutomi anymore. If you wanted to escape away on the ship, fly to the far reaches of the star systems and just find a place to settle, I'd be fine. Because I love you. I don't care if I'm half alive, half dead, whatever I am. As long as I'm with you, I'm fine.
Damn
We can
if
settle,
we do, damned if we don't.
and let's be damned together. We will stop the route. We just have a few more steps ahead of us as he looks over at the Zuktomi figure and a little bit past Bayhorn. I know the zone of truth is gone. But I want you to say it right here, right now, with no magical afflictions on anybody. Are you trustworthy?
Yeah.
And will you help us if we do this for you? Let me roll this real quick.
You're having to roll for her? Oh, God.
No, I'm rolling for chalk now. Okay. You see the figure of Ziktomia head kind of lax a little bit. Her arms are less raised, her shoulders are more soft. If she looked like a child before, she looks petite now. Even more so. You have my word. I will grant you access once you've completed your job. And potentially there might be some bonuses along the way. Talking to glows over at you, Bayhorn. What about you, Bayhorn? What do you have to say?
Bayhorn is lost in thought, just head cocked a little bit, staring at the lady.
You have to use your big Mondo wizard brain now, Bayhorn.
I rolled a 16 on insight. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do I find, I don't want to say kinship, but like a similarity between me and her in the aspect of two sides of the same coin?
You do.
Is she the light side of the coin?
You sense that this version, from all the talks and the stories that Kayasaya, Chakna, and the history that you've learned about Ziktomi, about this great demon, this evil who wanted to spread nothing but malice, hate, and affliction all over the earth. This is not that. This is a gentler side. Yes, a side that she wishes to spread her nature, but in a more positive way. You've experienced the animals outside. They're not hostile. You've seen the giant spider. He told a story to Fukler. These
He
older
did.
people, Maria, they've talked to her like she's a great boon and loving and welcoming. It's hard not to see the similarities between this side of Ziktomi and what you are, Bayhorn. A gentler side.
What was her name again? The one that
Who?
she goes by?
Oh, she is
She
called the
had a
Lady.
different She had a different like version as like Tomi, right?
Kind of.
Her name, kind of. She is either called the Lady. She's either called just straight up Ziktomi. Or the Guardian.
You should call her the lady.
Bayhorn's just gonna walk up, like, about here. He'll stand next to the old man who got defensive over the lady. And after a moment, Bayhorn will say, You probably know this as well, if you see through my trick. You and I aren't much different, are we? The only difference
Well,
being I am united and you have yet to be united in your darker self.
well, I would say there's another thing that is different. You can walk. As she gives like a small chuckle.
Yes,
I'm already
that
trusting
is
this
true.
woman. She has gained my trust.
Yeah,
One
you hold
one
no
hoo-ah,
malice
and
toward
I
us.
give her trust.
You
One,
hold no malice toward our party. You only seek our assistance, but you will not force it. And in
It is
return, you
true.
give us something that we want.
Everything I say is true, child. I have no malice against you or your group. Why would I? You've entered into my domain, my home. Hell, you even helped it as soon as you landed. I sense the battles that partake beyond the crater.
he almost died.
I did die, but that's besides the point.
She kind of looks at you with like a cocked head and she says, I apologize.
Worry about
As
it. It
much
happens all the time.
as much as my
You want
work
to shoot a bad look to Fuku and be like, hey man, what the fuck?
as much as my work is tiring, I know it's not perfect. I apologize you had to go through such an ordeal on my failures.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Well, seeing this just proves how much of a success you've done, and it just means you need a little more time for it to reach beyond the crater. You must strengthen your foundation before you travel outward. Bayhorn's gonna
Bighorn,
turn to the captain and he'll tell her, Cap, this isn't the Sectomi you know. This is very similar to me and the other Bayhorn. This one is like me.
I'm aware, and Kaisai kind of like looks at everyone. I'm aware she's not the same as Tony, but I'm just tired of her controlling the last 30 years of my life and taking everything from me. And here we are with a chance for me to finally fix something that she did. Something that came from me that she took and twisted. And I have to again fight another demon's lieutenant. The last time that happened, I lost everything.
How about this? And Bayhorn's gonna turn back to the lady. If we agree to go on this quest that you've given us, as a sign of good faith, and he'll like slightly head nod toward the captain, will you give our captain here one single question? It doesn't have to be anything specific of an answer, but answer one question of hers in a show of good faith, if we decide to accept this.
I will answer her truthfully as I've always been doing.
And then Bayhorn will look at the captain and let me see it. Where is it? He'll cast message at the captain and he'll say, "This seems like a deal more favorable on your side, does it not? You get a little bit of information if you accept, and you get all of it once we finish it."
you know, that's a good point. Who
You don't
better
have
to
to.
ask about the burning root than the lady herself?
That's true.
That just
Kaisai will just nod.
Um, Ahorn will then just turn back to the lady, give a bow of respect, and retreat back to his previous position.
She sits there patiently, waiting for any question or answer. The gentleman in front kind of looks at all of you, and sensing that no one's going to immediately start flying out spells, he is going to step out of the way so you guys can have a clear view of the lady.
Please don't throw a fireball at her.
I wasn't going to do that at any point.
She was gonna throw a fire bolt at her. There's a difference.
I wasn't going to do
shit.
any damaging
That's tragic.
anything.
It's either
she was gonna-
Firebolt, it's either Blight, or Wither and Bloom. One of those three.
I wasn't
Or
gonna
if you
do
cast,
any
like,
spell.
old person or some shit.
Can I
And then
cast
get free
Dominate
advantage.
Monster on her?
That's
Oh,
wild.
Anyways, Kai Sai, say what you need to say.
She says, before I ask you the specific question, I need to know, are you able to even sense the burning root?
You see her kind of breathe a little bit, and you see like a moment goes by. 10, 20, 30 seconds in silence. I cannot feel it directly, but I sense far to the east that something is crying out in pain, profusely. Is it a piece of my fragment that I do not know of, or do I have some sort of connection I do not know? I have some semblance of what you speak.
Gonna be real. That thing terrorized the world. The majority of the people on this planet, well, a good majority of them, perished because of what happened 30 years ago.
And on behalf of myself and my other fragment, I apologize.
There's no need at this point. What's in the past? He'll look over at the old dude. It's in the past.
He kind of just gives you like a little head nod.
What we do need to do is figure out how to stop it from burning. Well, that's what Captain here wants us to do. There are a couple other sources of hypothetical information that say you shouldn't do that.
As you finish your sentence, all of you in your heads just hear Q go, hypothetically.
Hypothetically. Bayhorn's just gonna raise his hand again and be like, also, just like a reiteration of earlier. If we decide to help you, and we have to go into the burning root, the place where we might get infected by the bad stuff, do you have a way to make it to where we don't get infected, so we don't have to worry about that? Because that'd be
Good
really
point.
cool. We don't have enough restoration power to counteract that constantly.
I mean, I
And-
do. You don't.
Okay. Do you have enough for all 8 of us consistently while fighting?
For a short period of time, yes.
Not indefinitely though. That's what I'm trying
Not
to get
forever. No, I could go days by myself.
at. Yeah,
Like
I bet.
once a day, I just like cleanse my own self, and then boom.
Anyway, as I was saying, you being an aspect of yourself may have some way of counteracting whatever infectious agent is out there that corrupts others.
I do have a way to solidify and be used for later.
Is it a consumable type of deal?
In a sense, yes.
Are you gonna make us eat these funny mushrooms around the place?
No.
Because I don't think the captain's gonna like that.
It is not a consumed thing, it is an aura. I can take fragmented energy from my own aura. As you see, like, she reveals the aura to you now. She kind of like holds her hands to her sides as you see this bright and also rainbow-like aura just revolving around her in a 20 to 25 foot radius around her.
Does this look like Genesis magic?
It looks like Genesis magic.
Is it Genesis magic?
You're not
Does it
exactly
feel the
too
same?
sure. You're not in it.
Fuck, how far is 20? Is it just short of us?
Kaisai and Chocolate can barely feel it
Go
and see
inside.
it now.
Fuck this shit, go
You just
inside.
rush inside.
I'm gonna walk up again. Does it feel like Genesis magic? Can
As
I
you
cast
walk
simulacrum?
As you walk up, you feel it. You're like, yeah, this is Genesis magic.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Oh
God.
shit, it's cracked.
Oh! I
Does that mean our
want to...
dragon friend can also cure us?
You shut the
Heal
fuck
us?
up.
I didn't say it out loud. I said it as Cedric, not as
Okay.
Daewon.
Okay.
My purification aura, I can siphon it in a container for you. For when you need it most, you can unseal it and it will revolve around whoever unsealed the container. Just be known that the purification aura dispels dark magic curses and infections around the person.
I do that automatically anyway, so one of you guys take it.
It'll probably be me. I imagine, actually, probably one of the mages of the party. I'll just run back to you if I need healing.
We can tape it to Bubbles.
We could totally tape it to, bro. I have to shoot it off his back to make it an aura.
Kaisai,
Mhm.
Chakna grabs your hand and he looks at you. What do you say?
Answer this and we'll
No,
do
no.
it.
What was that?
Answer this and we'll do it.
You're looking at her now?
Mm-hmm.
And she looks at you and she says, what is your question?
One of your other halves, Lieutenant's spirit, is using a spell that I casted to keep the root on fire. Do you know the way to stop the root and permanently end her?
Counter spell.
Counter spell. 13th level. You're gonna be my 13th reason why.
God damn. Holy shit.
Well, fire is not exactly my forte, as you can tell, as she kind of points to all the greenery. However, absorbing a spirit can be done many ways, using any vessel. However, I can sense within all of you a sort of crystal.
Crystalline.
Fugler about had a stroke. The king felt fear for the first time.
The longer you stay in my domain, the more and more I can feel and sense out of all of you. I don't mean to be intruding, but it's just natural.
Get out of my skin, get out of my skin, get out of my skin.
I would surmise that possibly you can absorb the fire by any means of counter magic. I'm sure nobody has tried due to the fact that it is nearly a death sentence trying to make its way there, from what I can feel.
So you're saying if we had enough water, we could put it out?
That's right, Cedric. That's right, Bayhorn.
I'm also trying to be eluding because if I said this answer to this question, why would you need to go to the library?
Well,
You have a great point.
This is a good point.
But
what if all of us had questions? You're only gonna answer one.
I'm gonna be honest. I want to go fight that Lord of Nothing guy. Anyways, he sounds pretty badass. I want to
Yeah, I
test my
kind of want
luck.
to test my metal on him.
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
gonna lie,
yeah,
I'd do it anyway.
yeah. I'm gonna be real.
Like I'm down for me. You down for a Fukler? I'm down for
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm down for a road trip to go visit the king of. That's such a badass name too.
Bro,
Imagine
what
being
if, bro, we're the Kingslayer of the highest degree. You imagine that, bro?
Slayer of the King of Nothing, dude. What does that make us? Kings of something,
Dude.
dude.
Hi, Saya.
All right. Is our
Chakna leans
goofiness
into
paying
your
off?
Chakna leans into your ear, but doesn't whisper anything to you. He just talks to you telepathically. He says, "We have children for crew."
Hey,
We do.
we have children with deadly powers. Thank you very much.
Actually,
You didn't hear that. This is telepathic.
This
Miss
is
Lady,
telepathic. You guys don't hear this shit.
Insight check. I want to hear what they're saying.
You can't. It's telepathic.
It's
Well, how
telepathic.
do-
You know what? Do it, Bayhorn. Do it. Do
inside check.
Insight.
Fuck.
Do it. Yeah, you don't hear jack shit.
Damn it.
Miss
You kind of-
Lady, two
You
questions.
kind of focus on Chakna, and all of a sudden you see, ooh, a butterfly.
I'm gonna
Wow.
follow it. Where's the butterfly going? We'll go follow it. Tell me this.
It lands on your nose.
I'm gonna freeze and stay perfectly still and try and catch it.
Now that he's shut up, go ahead, Fukler.
Okay. After this, we need to see if Bayhorn succeeds on catching a butterfly.
We'll figure that out.
How do I address you, Miss Lady, Madam Lady? How? I'm confused on that. Secondly, why is he called the Lord of Nothing? I think that would be beneficial to us if he told us a little bit more about the foe we're going to be facing. Hello?
The demon lord, Jubliax. Disgusting. Hideous to all demons and all kinds. Perhaps the most foul demon lord in deities alike.
Stop
His
drilling.
abhorrent aura is foul, as it is sickening. Primordial soup of bubbling life.
Stop drilling. You already struck oil. I already want to kill him.
He was called the Lord of Nothing because he had an ego. Even as big of an ego as some of the greater demon lords, he started off as nothing but primordial soup for the bacteria around. But somehow, through his hatred, through his greed, became something alien, even to demons themselves. Conforming to no standard, it acted with a noble purpose.
Does he have followers?
He does. He
Of
does
what-
have followers.
If I may ask, of what caliber?
Aberrations, demons, plantoid. We share a lot of similarities, at least my old fragment and he. I'm assuming you know of the creature that you fought and defeated in the outskirts beyond the crater. The Bodax.
Yeah.
Those are followers of Jubliax.
Okay.
They wish to spread corruption and death wherever I may wake, and wherever healthy plant life and vegetation spring.
Would I know of him, Adrian?
Not a history. History or religion? It's up to you. He's in both.
Burbidgeon. 19.
19?
Yeah, I don't get much. It is a bit low for me, I'm gonna be real. But it's alright.
What are you trying to remember of Jubliax from your teachings?
What
I'll
magic?
give you what magic?
What school of magic he mainly uses?
He doesn't really have a school per se. He favors and uses all types of magical powers. However, I would say that Jubliex, you know that Jubliex was rumored to control all oozes in the universe. He has a connection to everything, every ooze that is known and imaginable. His favorite tactic was to make use of all of his ooze-like qualities, closing the distance between him and his enemies. His gelatinous form allowed him to swiftly squeeze through spaces smaller than an inch, maneuver unhampered underwater. He attacked as many people as possible, snatching them up in the surrounding areas and altering his form to engulf them and watch them painfully melt within his own digestive tract in his body. You know that his shuddering mass can expel toxic materials around his face, endangering any and all life. Organic and inorganic materials alike quickly dissolved to his touch. He was just a pure embodiment of evil and ooze incarnate. He has no goals other than just to watch a world disintegrate into himself.
I don't like him. Sounds gross.
So while on one side, Ziktomi, even in her altered evil fragment, wanted to spread nature and life in a vile way,
She didn't want to disintegrate everything.
Jubliex is the opposite, and he wants to destroy everything and leave everything just as ooze.
Spread blight and basically melt everything down.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why people call him the Lord of Nothing, or the Faceless Lord, because he doesn't have a face, he doesn't have a body per se. And the reason why they call him the Lord of Nothing, because if he succeeds in his goal, there'll be nothing left.
How egotistical can you be as a Lord of Ooze? Sounds pretty loser-like, I'm gonna be honest. But I'll judge him when I get there. Maybe his ego is actually nothing to be barked at. But I don't know. I do, since we're on the topic of demons, may I get a bit and tidbit of information? This is a side quest.
What is your question?
Do you have information on a specific demon that used to go by the name of Kaz?
You see her kind of like face towards you immediately. Roll an insight check.
Oh no! Oh no! An 8.
You see her body kind of subside a little bit, and she says, Kaz, the bloody hand. Most trusted lieutenant of Vecna.
Yeah.
It says in history he was a great betrayer. He betrayed Vecna long ago. It is said that the sword himself whispered to Kaz, convincing him to slay his master Vecna and usurp his power. Why do you wish to know about Kaz?
Fugler feels his eye patch tighten around his head. No reason. Well, not no reason. I'm gonna level with you. I have a certain vendetta against, and Fugler's gonna use air quotes, what's left, and of Vecna. I guess you could call me a former science project of his.
Well, I'll have you know. at least in the past, from what I remember with my other self, we never really got along.
I know he's really unlikable.
So unlikable, in fact, that even when he became a god, he had no followers. He only forced them to listen. So, let me sweeten the deal for all of you.
Oh?
Not only if you decide to help me and take out the Lord of Nothing, Jubilee X's problem over to the east. Not only will I give you the answers that you seek to get to the library, and I'll give you passage. If the time comes when you have to face down against Vecna, if you decide to do so, call upon me, and I will send help.
Kaisai, I'm already doing the favor for this lady, whether you like me to or not. I don't know what your choice is, but I'm gonna go beat the juicy man up.
Well,
This lady's already sold me. Like,
in order to even gain access to the library, we have no choice but to go fight.
yeah. I'm glad we both hate Vecna. My opinion of you has gone up dramatically since I've gotten here first.
You know, I hate Vecna so much, in fact, that I can sense him even here.
Well, Fukler adjusts his eye patch a little. Yeah.
He totally
Kinda
knows
gives-
already.
She kind of gives you a wry smile. She's like, I suggest you keep that tight.
Yeah. I have a lot more questions for you, but I guess we'll get them answered later.
If you successfully do your mission and come back, if you have time, I'd be happy to sit down and chat. Oh, well, at least stand and chat. I can't exactly sit.
This lady's got a sense of humor. I like her. This is the evil lady that tried to destroy the world, Kaisai?
Pretty chill to me.
This is the as we established, this is a different form of that person.
I don't know, man. She
Sounds
seems
familiar, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She, this Satomi raises her hand, almost like going out for a handshake. Kayasaya, do you accept these terms? And she's waiting for you.
these terms and conditions.
You technically didn't answer my question.
Oh, I apologize. What was your question once again?
Do you know how I can stop the root from burning and permanently end the spirit of the lieutenant who's keeping it burning?
Ooh,
I
that's
do.
the hard part.
You do.
I do. And I am not lying. You can cast
Oh.
that spell again.
That's fine. To both parts.
I know not only how to stop the root for burning, I also know how to entrap that soul within.
Sounds good enough to me.
However, if you also have a vendetta against the spirit, I cannot tell you how to destroy it, only to contain it. Beyond that is up to you, if you wish to take your revenge or not. Do we have a deal?
We do.
Then take my hand and show me your solidarity. Kaisa, you see everybody around you is like waited in whispered breath. You even turn behind you and you see the B team like kind of like half at the ready and half like holding their own breath as well.
The fucking B team.
Who are we gonna fight is the question.
What do you wish to do?
Lord of Ooze, fight him.
Me and you, Preston, we're gonna go together if they say no.
Yeah, no. You
I-
guys can wait in the ship.
I literally
Yeah, you
just
guys can
said
chill out.
I accept the deal.
Yeah, but she's waiting for.
You gotta walk up to her and shake
You
her
have to
hand.
give her a good handshake. What do you mean?
Willie bow.
She looks like she has really long arms too.
Oh, she
I'm gonna
does.
be honest.
She does.
Will a bow not suffice?
A bow will suffice. And then she retracts her arm in, and as she starts bowing, you hear splinters and like things coming off of her like quote unquote statue like throne. And you see her like wincing per break and snapping of wood behind her because she's literally tearing her body off of her statue throne to bow for you.
Guys,
Yeah, that's
I
not
will
very
bow
nice,
as well.
guys.
She meant just she bows, not Zitomi. She's like, I don't want to take the hand. I just want to. I'll bow instead.
Damn, I feel like I need to cast Cure Wounds on that lady now. She
No,
just
for real,
ripped.
great restoration, bro. That's
Yeah,
that's like a broken bone right there.
That she's literally ripping herself apart to bow for you.
I didn't ask her to bow. I said, would she accept the bow?
Well,
Should've been
besides
more
the point,
specific.
Kayasaya, you bowed to her and she bowed back to you. You accepted her terms and he eagerly awaits when you finish your objective. However, it is the middle of the night. Tense negotiations seem to be over. As for now, we're going to take a break.
Can I
Because-
ask a question to the lady before we take a break?
What is your quick question?
I want to ask the lady, do you know where the other Bayhorns are? You don't have to tell me where, just if you know where they are.
What plane of existence do you feel this dude's aura on? He's pointing at Baylor.
She just shakes her head.
Oh, damn.
Alright, thank you.
We're the
Alright,
shot.
We're going to take our break so Cedric can go eat. And Shelby and I have a lot to discuss about because she's going to yell at me for bringing Zitomi back.
Mm-hmm.
Get yelled
And
at.
I'm hungry because it's dinner
Make
time.
your wings while you get
Hungry.
yelled at.
Yeah, that's what I'm probably going to do.
Alright,
Alright, I'll
let me
see
know
you
how
guys
that goes.
about,
I'll be back.
for like 30 to an hour, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right, 30 to an hour. We'll be here.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go mute.
Don't forget to
And
exit the activity.
Exit the YouTube.
The yubs.
The yubs.
I got to play more trials after this. I
No,
have
you
to
don't.
get flawless for a shitty gun.
No, you don't. So, back where we left off. Kayasaya, after getting a bow from this fragment of Ziktomi, and you yourself bowing for her, as a part of an agreement for this exchange of transactions, you agreed to go off to the east, find this hidden sanctuary, this elven sanctuary, to defeat this creature that is polluting it in some sort of way. And she agrees to give you access and extra help for the rest of your mission. As you look on, as everybody just watches you with anticipation, wondering what you're going to do next, what are you going to do?
As she gets back up, she will ask Zitomi if it is okay if she pulls out her ship near here.
That is fine. You can go ahead and pull it outside the village.
Whip it out.
The heartwood, please. And she kind of like gestures her hand over to the open plains area, because even though yes, there's a lot of like swamp water area that you kind of had to like meticulously go around. This area is definitely big enough on the outside to put a ship down and for you to like get inside and also fly it too. All the floating rocks up above aren't as volatile as the rocks were around the crater. So you most likely would be able to easily fly in or out of this inner circle now that you know that you can. If you go up high enough, at least.
Alright, Kaisai will nod and thanks. And then look to her crew.
You see the other team of Finnegan, Isolde, Tiana. They're all looking over at you. Is it time to pull out the ship? As Finnegan asks you.
Well, we're gonna need rest before we go into a fight. And a decent meal.
That'll be Fukler's job.
Huh, what's my job? I kind of disassociated, I'm gonna be honest.
Dinner.
It's time to cook.
Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna be honest, G-dets, I'm a bit out of my element here.
That's okay.
I don't
I'm bringing you your kitchen.
Is it my turn to cook now?
how are you gonna put the kitchen in the water if the water's gonna deteriorate it?
Because I'm gonna pull out the ship.
You
I don't
wouldn't
think you're getting what you're saying, Captain.
The
wouldn't
ship.
the magical water like reverse the age of the ship up unto a point where
Finnegan
the
will get
ship
back
would
on the fucking
become
wooden ship.
it would become like base materials? And wouldn't the wood in the ship regress into trees? Like correct me if I'm wrong in assuming this, but I don't think this is a good idea.
So Fukler, on your way over here, there were pockets of like grass and dry land that you could definitely put the ship on.
Now that's an idea.
That's why I'm
And
gonna put the ship.
also, the ship can float.
That takes power.
That takes energy.
Yes,
And
power
it's
of an all Genesis being in the core.
the
Hey
ship is
man,
fully
that shit
powered. You
takes
can
power.
Ooh.
hover it if needed.
I hope these doodad redneck hillbilly protectors of this forest don't detect the special dragon we have.
What do you mean? This is Louisiana.
We got
Born down in the
swamp
bayou.
buddies everywhere here.
Born in the bayou.
Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Any last words before we head over to pull the ship out?
Yeah, I have a few. Pee pee poo poo caca, dubu daba, mugumaga. Those are the words. But let's continue onwards.
What a poet.
Thank you. I'm gonna be real though. Wouldn't they were talking about Vorthekaron earlier, Captain? They were talking about the dragon earlier. Yes. It was like Genesis. Wouldn't they, of all people, like kind of sense he was here?
Except he might be concealing his energies. Because just because the ship's in a bottle doesn't mean his energy isn't leaking out. The bottle only holds the ship. It doesn't necessarily hold any magic leaking from the ship, especially with magic such as powerful as that.
Got a good point. Chakna, I'm gonna be real, bro. That bag of holding with magic non-detection on it is like getting more and more needed by the day.
Well, if we get the ship out, I could potentially work on it through the night.
I don't know about through the night, but like just one of these days, I could totally use it. Your connection to the server has been interrupted.
Oh yeah, I'm offline.
Yes, same here.
Mm-hmm.
Did Roll20 go under maintenance for a few hours?
Oh
I
boy,
hope not.
my screen's all black. Oh, I have the countdown.
Adrian, you have played over 369 hours in games using Roll20.
That's wild.
There we are.
I think it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're back.
We're back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a small hiccup.
Anyway, any last minute questions to these folks here?
All right. We know all of these people. What all four of these kind ladies and gents are the guardians of. But what about you, Maria? Just thought I might throw that out there.
I am also a protector of the Heartwood. However, since I am the youngest and the fittest, at least by physical age comparatively, I'm the one that takes the treks outward, beyond the crater, to check on things, make sure everything is not spreading as much as they should. It happens to be happenstance, luck, or fate that I met you all out in the outskirts.
I got you. I got you. I have no objections. Let's go put the ship out somewhere.
Bachna goes, I agree. Come, Captain. Let's, get inside somewhere more, I guess you could say, comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Whoa. Before we leave, not to rag on any of your magical water, we're not quite used to its properties, I guess you could say. Do you have any clean water we could actually make use of while we're here?
Well, it's a little bit difficult since all the rivers are connected to the same area. If you'd like, I could unpurify some basins of water for you.
What do you think about it, Captain?
We have water on the ship.
Char knows what to say, like, Fukler, we have water on the ship.
I didn't know we had
a water mage.
We
a
also
water
have
mage that can. That's right.
we have barrels of liquid in our cargo hold.
I could totally feed the dragon another piece of fish. This is a good idea. I like this idea. I'm gonna go with that last idea I just had.
In any case, let us go to one of the plains lands so we can get the ship out.
No thank you on the water. It seems we have it all sorted out. I'm just a bit forgetful is all. Thank you, though. I appreciate the hospitality.
You alright? Enjoy your night.
Yep.
Okay, so I will start leading the way to the flat plain area.
Chakna follows, and so does, I'm assuming, Bayhorn and Fukler. It only takes you about like 10 minutes to walk outside of the Heartwood, to make your way to a large enough dry clearing where you can easily put the ship there to either just have it sit there or you could float over the land. Kaisai, as you grip and hold the bottle, you feel that surge of magic because it knows what you're about to do. It knows that you're about to uncork it and let the ship go free. You grab the cork, you twist, and you pull off of it, and you just hear like a thunking sensation as a large amount of air gust pushes outward from the bottle. You almost lose grip of the bottle for a second before you have to reel it back in, just in time for you hear like a swooshing of different sources of materials, and suddenly the ship is now in front of you, sitting pretty steadily on the ground. And you feel a little bit of wind going back inside the bottle, and you cork it back up again to seal it.
Huh. Let us get some dinner going. And Kaisai will get the ship cargo door open so we all can get in.
You open up the door, and everybody starts to rush on in. Eagerly exciting, air-conditioned ship air due to the fact that it's muggy out here. It's a huge swamp and plains area, so it's still pretty warm even at night. However, everybody rushes on inside. Everybody makes their way inward, and you close the ship door behind you, and everyone is kind of just awaiting your orders, or if they're going to go straight to the mess hall, it's up to you.
Before all of you disperse while we wait for Kukla here to cook our dinner, you all need to have a little more trust in me. I wasn't going to attack. I wasn't going to hurt or kill an innocent life, even though it wears the same face that haunts me. I've said it in the past, but I always try to go for diplomacy first. Shooting is always a backup plan, but diplomacy first. You need to let me do my job, because I've been doing it for over 100 years. I may get angry, I may get upset, but I think you need to give me a little leeway here, considering who I have to deal with. Giggler? I believe a good meal is in order.
Googler?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? My Discord's shitting itself. Hello?
Hello? Cedric?
Hello?
Were you there?
I have not heard anything.
Oh,
Chalkton speaks up a bit and says that Kaisai needs to speak with all of you.
Okie
I was never here.
Alrighty. What's
Alright,
up?
where are we going? What's happening?
I need you all to have a little more faith in me. I was not going to attack. I realized very early on in the conversation that this was not the same Zatomi that's haunted me for the past 30 years. I am a person who believes diplomacy comes first. And granted, yes, sometimes diplomacy requires a little saber rattling. Sometimes you need a backup plan when diplomacy fails. But I was not going to attack. Yeah, I was angry. But I think I deserve a little leeway, considering who I was facing and who wore the face of someone who's caused me a lot of pain. I've been a captain for well over 100 years. I know how to do my job, and I need you to let me do it. Now, Hoopler,
Yes.
I think we're all in need of a good meal.
All right. Let's see what I can cook up. I might pull directly from Needle's book tonight.
Okay.
Let's see what I have written down on it first, though. Hmm. Alrighty. Chagna Kaisaya, are you feeling anything tonight? I'm gonna flip through Needle's book of cooks and crafts and see if I can find anything in it. I'm looking for something more dinner related than anything else.
Okay. So what you find throughout the whole entire book is you find a ratatouille recipe, interestingly enough. You see what looks to be a veggie version for the captain and commander, and you also see a meat lovers version that has ground beef and spaghetti squash mixed in. So it's a very plentiful and very nutrition-rich meal for
Righty.
both those who eat meat and those who do not.
Ratatouille doesn't sound bad at all. Let's get the cooking it. Pizza, pasta, put it in a pot.
Go ahead and roll a D100, please, for your performance on the cooking, please.
83. Yeah.
Throughout your day today, it feels like this is your best work today. Despite all your ups, you feel pretty confident that you made a pretty damn good dinner meal.
Okay. Ratatouille. Very savory. Much more savory than I was expecting it to be.
As you finish up the dinner, everybody wanders into the mess hall, and they all grab their servings. It's kind of a quiet dinner time, as the day has been long and stressful. The hiking, through the jungles, through the heat, up and down a mountainside, or a cliffside for this crater, and the subsequent negotiations and the tenseness happening all around. Everyone's just slowly eating, silently. Not much chirping or chatting at the current moment. Eventually, though, Isolde does get up and sits next to Kayasaya, and she openly says, "Captain, I'm sorry that you had lost a child before."
Oh, dang.
Thank you.
I've never had that pain before, losing a child. Before or after anything. I've seen mothers, though, who have lost their children, unfortunately. And every time it hurts, all the same, saying that. So, thank you for being our captain. I'm done with my meal for tonight, but if you just wanted to have a talk, I'll be in my quarters.
Thank you, Isolde.
You're welcome. Isolde then just gets up with her plate and puts it away in the kitchen sink, and she kind of looks at everybody and just walks out without saying another word. You see Tiana get up and get close to you, Kasai, and she says, "Don't worry about keeping watch tonight. Just relax. I'll be on guard, and I'll switch out as well. Have a good night, Captain."
You too, Tiana.
Finnegan gets up as well and says, "I'll keep an eye on the bridge, and I'll also keep an eye on the engine room. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Of course, if something were to go wrong, I'll call you. But just relax tonight. It's been rough." Then he also walks out. All that's left is Chakna, Bayhorn, and Fukler in the mess hall. Do you guys do or say anything?
The boys.
Bayhorn will put his plate away after eating and say goodnight, everybody, and disappear.
Okay.
I'm generating meat for the dragon.
Kayasaya will go to bed.
Bayhorn, I have a question.
What?
Can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you write me a bunch of fireball spells
Have
before you
figured
go
out
to
that I'm a
bed?
wizard?
Hmm?
Have you figured out that I'm a wizard yet?
I'm figuring out something's different. Something's off.
Only Chakna knows.
Why are you
Or at the very
fucking with
least,
everybody like this?
only he knows that something is amiss.
No,
wants to
Suxomi
surprise
told
everybody.
everybody, but yeah,
No,
it's okay.
he said that something was off about somebody. She never said who it was or what the problem was.
Did I just get DM'd? No, I did not. I must be going crazy. Well, fair enough. I was gonna ask you to write me a bunch of fireball spells before you went to bed. But
I
alright.
don't think that
Alright.
works like that, does it?
Yes, it does.
Can I write fireball spells on paper and just use them as spell scrolls? Adrian?
You need magic ink and magic paper.
Okay, so I can't do it then because I don't have any of
cannot.
either of those things.
You do not.
Fuck.
You also don't know how to reliably do so because yes, you are now considered a wizard. You never went through training or teaching.
Okay.
You're basically
I-
more of a sorcerer
Ahorn
than you
always
are a
fucks
wizard.
around than anything.
I'm gonna have to buy magic ink and paper next time we hit a town.
Bye. You're funny.
But as if you could steal anymore. Ha ha.
I can once I go in.
But I was gonna get either you or the wizard in the holodeck that I'm gonna generate to do it for me. Guess I'll have to wait. Either way, I need to visit the holodeck. But after I feed the dragon. So, Fugler is going to... Well, it depends. Do we have any meat in the freezer?
You do.
How much meat do we have in the freezer?
4 months worth.
People food. And Fugler will close the door. I'm gonna generate like 5 pounds of beef again. And then bring it to the dragon.
Okay.
I don't know if he's like still tiny or if he's much bigger. Honestly, scared to ask because we've been away for like a few days.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm gonna feed them nonetheless. Also, probably gonna have to find Nympha at some point.
So at this point, Fugler, I say that as you replicated all the meat portions and you take them down into the engineering room, you see Finnegan is currently taking notes on one of the side areas, and he kind of looks up at you. He's like, "What's up?"
Up, homie. Here to feed the dragon.
Cool. How's Cap doing?
Not the best. I'm gonna be honest. But I do think she just needs a good night's sleep in her own bed. You know what I mean?
Fair, but I think next time we all do well and let her do the talking for a little bit before we
Yeah.
also jump in our own questions.
That's fair.
But especially with something as sensitive as this, and you see him like just keep writing into his notebook. I wouldn't know how to respond if I met my friends and family and loved ones killer, but I have an idea how I would react. She reacted far better than I did. But anyways, I see you're carrying a lot of meat, so I'm sure Vorth is ready for food.
Oh, I'm sure. What are you writing?
Just general research on everything we learned today. About the water, the fruit. It's all fascinating, interesting. I wish we had more time here, but I know we're in a not a tight schedule, but I know we got places to go and things to do. So hopefully one day I'll come back and I'll research it more. But anyways, go ahead and knock on Vorth's door. I'm pretty sure he's hungry.
Vorthecaron!
About 2 to 3 minutes go by before you sense like a surge of energy coming from the crystalline egg combination. And you see what looks to be an astral spirit of Vorthecaron kind of like semi-appear outside of the egg and around the crystalline. He's in his adult form, and he's looking at you interestingly, and he just says, "What is it, Fugler? Do you need anything?"
I'm here to give you some food.
Very well. Go ahead and put the food down in front of him. And he starts sniffing it a little bit. And then you see like his giant dragon tongue kind of just like lick the upper part of his lips before he just starts eating. It doesn't take him that long to finish, only a few minutes.
Good.
Fugler,
Yes.
if I may ask, where are we? I sense heavy vegetation and a great abundance of Genesis magic.
Well, that's probably the hollow spell you're feeling for Genesis. I forget the nation, but we're really close to one of the roots Siktomi did done.
I think that's the reason why I
Well,
sense the vegetation.
Not only that, we're close to the former elf capital city. It's currently floating right above us, I do believe. In pieces.
Oh, a floating city, you say?
Former floating city. It is now floating pieces. I don't think it has many, if any, inhabitants left. But we need to get up there, or at least that's what the Siktomi shard has told us. Also, I'm pretty sure you probably already know, if not you, your astral form does. We've come across a shard of Siktomi on this planet. And it's purified? Which seems to be an unusual state.
You see him ponder for a moment. Purified, you say? Ziktomi, out of all beings.
Strangely enough, yeah. Apparently the waters here have unique magical properties. Some purifying of spirit, or purifying age, others making you remember your favorite memories. It's many different magical properties that the waters have here, originating from this crater. I know it's not Siktomi making the water like it is, because she had other influences in creating other different types of fauna and flora. The weird plant monsters that she used to make, we've fought before. This is different. She seems cleansed. Like the amount of water she's been steadily drinking from this place, wherever it's coming from, has been steadily purifying both her body and spirit. At least this shard of her. And it's seemingly growing into a completely different being. Similar to our own Bayhorn, strangely enough. I guess one's surroundings make all the difference. But I think we've offended our captain today. I had faith in her, but I think I got a little excited and jumped the gun. Although I didn't want to do anything too hasty, I tried to get her husband to intervene before she did do anything. I need to have more faith in her. I feel a little bad about it, but I'll make sure to learn from this mistake.
One man's mistake is another man's revelation. It's good to see that you still have some insight within you.
Thank you for Thekaron.
Just support each other. Support your captain.
I'll make sure to. They know your name, by the way. It's weird. The people here, strangely enough, an elf named Maria, actually knew your name by Vorthek, I'm pretty sure. Or Vorth, rather. Saying you were a god of creation, which seemingly tracks. But have you been here before? Or a former incarnation, more probably?
He kind of looks a little dejected. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Dejected? What did I say? What did I say? An 8.
An 8?
Did I offend him? I didn't mean to.
You don't know exactly what his facial structure or his facial features even state. However, as you are trying to read him over and you're just unable to, you hear footsteps coming from behind you and you see Finnegan appear with his notebook in hand. And he just kind of looks like with his mouth agape at Vorthakeron. You have been here before.
Oh, damn. Oh.
I could read it on your face. You've been
Damn,
here before.
Damn, I'm the one with a dragonborn face, and you can tell his facial features better than me?
You roll a
Holy
natural
shit.
20.
He rolled a natural... Good God! Okay, yeah, he can, apparently.
Vorthakeron, when were you here last? You have to tell us. I've already caught you out. We're friends, aren't we?
I'll give you extra meat if you tell us.
Friends is definitely the word that I would use, however. Between cosmic being and mortals, we're far from that sort.
Oh, yeah.
However, since you have sought me out, I have been here before. Many years ago. It's not something I'd like to be... It's not something I'd like to reminisce about.
A god of creation being ashamed at being at a place. Fugler's gonna look at Finnegan. That's weird. What happened, if I may ask?
Finnegan also replies up with you. What did you do? I ran.
Ran?
I was a coward. A fool. Ran away from an impending evil. After which I was wounded and hunted down. And then I turned into an egg to protect myself. And I drifted the sea for many, many years. I may be a creation dragon, a deity in your mortal eyes, but there are things far greater out there than you surmise and you realize. Things out there that can make beings like you die in a mere matter of seconds, and wound creatures like myself and have to resort to running.
Like, so few things that I can think of, and there's like only one thing that I can think that might kill you. And that's like a disease. But besides that, no. You're right, I can't comprehend it. It's something so massive in scale alone would destroy parts of the planet? As crazy as that sounds, you already are a massive creature with immense power. Keyword immense. You could destroy stars in your grown form. The things that make this planet light up and go cold at night. What? made you run?
I think it's easier to show you. You see his eyes close, and you see he starts to like exude like a water droplet, a teardrop coming from his right eye, before it solidifies into crystal, and it plops heavily onto the ground, leaving a dent into the wood. When your time at the library here is finished, look into that crystal, and you will see. I must take my leave. And he immediately just wishes his ethereal self into the crystal, into the egg, and he is gone.
That's scary. That's really scary. Is anybody else scared by that interaction, or am I the only one?
Fukler, who are you talking to? It's just me here. Are you alright?
I'm a little freaked out, gonna be honest.
Well, first, and then he goes over to the crystal tier. He tries to pick it. Fukler, help me out here.
I wouldn't do that.
What, pick it off the ground?
Yes.
I don't want to leave it in the ground either, or else it might actually break through the floorboards, because this thing is fucking heavy.
Alright, Fukler's gonna try and pick it up.
It is immensely heavy. Even with having the help of Finnegan next to you, it's heavily. Roll me a strength check.
I got a hill giant strength belt on. It doesn't work. It doesn't do anything.
Doesn't do anything at that. What'd you roll?
Fucking hell. Alright, 13.
Alright, so let me roll for Finnegan as well. Hey, natural 20, so 20.
Natural? The fucking strong ass. Jesus Christ.
He does work out. He is a wizard. He works out. He kind of has to. Remember, when he's out of spell slots, he'll throw up fists.
I'm out of spell slots, but not out of options.
Exactly.
Rips shirt off.
With your help, he easily takes the majority of it as he lifts it up. You feel like a strong sense of like arcane energy coming from this crystal. Extremely strong sense of energy. And emotions start to overtake you as you're holding it and you're putting it up on a nearby table. You feel a weight of sadness, despair, neglect, and you sense shame. Deep and utter shame.
What would make a god of creation, someone who creates beings, universes, and places, feel shame? That's like... I mean, no, wait, no. Hold on. I'm actually being able to process this. It's like if somebody took something you worked so hard on, like, say if Leonardo da Vinci made the Mona Lisa and somebody just fucking threw water on it.
You mean Thomas Jefferson with Nikola Tesla?
We don't talk about that.
There's a lot of things stolen, my friend.
Yeah, but not only stolen, but defaced.
Mm-hmm.
Shame
Finnegan
and
looks
not
over
guarding his own creation?
Finnegan looks over at you and he says, "We should tell our captain this immediately.
Facts.
But I don't know if we're ready to jump into this just yet."
Yeah, he said after we take care of stuff here, we should totally look in it. And I agree with him.
You see Finnegan hit his comm badge. As you hear your comm badge ring up, Kaisai, as you're currently in bed with Chakna next to you.
Mm-hmm.
You hear Finnegan through the radio. Hey, Cap. I know it's an awkward time, but we just talked to Vorth, and he mentioned about he was here a long time ago.
Hmm.
And he left us some sort of, I don't know how to say it, a memory tier? A memory shard? I'm not exactly too sure. He said for us to look into it after we're done with our jobs here.
Well then, put it someplace safe, and when we're done with the library, we'll take a look.
Okay, well, it's already on a table in the middle of the engineering room just because it's so heavy. I couldn't lift it myself and I needed Fukler's help. I'm just gonna leave it here for now. Vorth is obviously in the same room, so I'm sure he'll protect it if anything were to go wrong. Just wanted to let you know, so have a good night.
You too.
Well, Fukler, looks like we're gonna be busy in the next few days. Well, since you fed Vorth, are you gonna go to bed, or what you gonna do now? Fukler?
I'm sorry, my thoughts are getting the best of me. Trying to even imagine what would be. Good lord. I'm sorry, I can't even fathom something being more powerful than a Vorthecaron at his height. Can you?
Maybe another creator dragon? Someone who went AWOL and decided to hunger for power? Maybe some god, a deity, decided to take on a dragonite creation and absorb some of that power. I don't know. This is
Sounds like fake.
this is way out of my element here.
It's the same.
Well, at the
I'm
very
gonna
least,
go. You go ahead and go to bed. I'm gonna spend like an hour before I go to bed to read up on some dragons.
all right. We'll keep watches throughout the night. We're gonna let Captain sleep. I'll see you
I
later.
got you. I'll come back for the next watch.
All right. As Finnegan takes off, you're left alone with the crystal tier in the middle of the engineering room. As we'll move over to Bayhorn. Bayhorn, what are you doing right now? As everyone left the mess hall and everyone's going their own way.
I will read.
Are you going to be reading your book?
Yep,
All right. How long are you going to be reading it for?
the whole night.
The whole night. So I'm assuming 4 hours of reading, 4 hours of sleep. I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. You take another 4 hours off your book, so you're getting closer to the 24-hour mark. Is there anything else you wish to do?
Just read.
Just read. Okay. Kai-san.
Mm-hmm.
After answering to Finnegan on your comm badge, you lay back down in bed. You feel Chakna's hand start to rub your shoulder a little bit. Are you alright?
Oh, that wasn't fun. That's for certain.
There's a lot of things that are fun with our missions, but this definitely wasn't one of them.
No.
But we're not talking about fun here. I'm talking about you. Are you alright? Are you fine? Mentally, physically?
As long as we can get through this, I'll be fine.
Are you telling him the whole truth?
Mm-hmm.
He looks at you and just nods a bit. He gives you a kiss on the back of your head and he just continues to rub your shoulders as you're laying there. Do you need anything?
Just you.
He just gives you like a grunt of approval. Rest easy. I'll stay up for a little bit and then I'll fall asleep with you. Do you fall asleep?
Yep, she goes to sleep after a very exhausting day.
Okay. The night goes on. Everyone does their own things. Fukler decides to read up on dragons. Bayhorn finishes another section of his book, inching ever closer to the very end. Possibly by the next 2 or 3 days, he'll finally finish. Kaisai lulls into a deep, dreamless sleep, as the rest of the crew takes shifts and takes turns, keeping watch. Fukler, as you're reading up on dragons, in all the books, in any books that you currently have, what are you looking for specifically?
Specifically, Astral sea dragons.
Okay. You're going to look up the history on astral sea dragons. Roll me a history check.
That's probably a really good place to start. 13.
13. Okay. So, how do you research this? Like, do you look up books? Like, do you do you fabricate a book? Do you have any books on hand?
No, I don't have any books on hand. However, I am not going to fabricate a book. I'm going to the fucking holodeck.
Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. So, as you make it to the holodeck, you eventually get down to the systems and you type in the crystalline slab the term history on astral dragons. And as you open up the holodeck door, in front of you is a very recognizable person. You see Needle. And all in holodeck glory. And he just goes, you wanted a history lesson on astral dragons, correct?
Yes.
Well then, let us start at the beginning. And I'm going to say, as a sim, Needle tells you about some of their not important things first. He tells you how the astral dragon doesn't really need to eat. Astral dragons don't need to eat that much at all. But they did enjoy it. They prefer Githyanki, if possible. He tells you about their treasure. They had desire for it, sought to acquire it by traveling the planes of existence. Their favorite targets, of course, were Githyankis, again. Since they tended to have magical gem-encrusted armor, it was very flattering and flashing.
Damn.
The astral dragon... Yes?
The Gith cannot catch a break, dude.
No. Everybody hates a Gith, dude.
Dude, the Giths are, like, stereotypically, they're the most aggressive species, and yet they're the most sought after and hated species in the galaxy.
I mean, hey man, if they just took a chill pill, maybe everything would be better.
Holy shit, dude.
He tells you about how, like, an astral dragon can enjoy taste of astral traveler's treasure as well. Magical treasure that is recovered from an astral dragon's lair on the astral plane appeared normal unless it was returned to the prime material, and then its magical prowess would show. However, it goes a little bit deeper. He does say that astral dragons contracted a disease known as astromomitis. It inhabited their ability to travel the planes, and it was most common amongst astral dragons who switch between planes frequently. So these plane jumpers who would jump from plane to plane constantly. If a dragon was on a non-native plane when struck by the disease, it was unable to return, and there was a chance that insanity would ensue, and it would lose its ability to cast any spells in its current state, and would turn into a wild dragon. It could last up to 5 days, and after the 5 days, it resulted in the swift death of the dragon. However, if it was able somehow by miracle to return to the astral plane, the insanity would slowly diminish. The disease had no known cure except for the wish spell.
The wish spell?
The wish spell.
Adrian, I'm gonna be real with you. As a DM, okay? I'm asking
Yeah.
a very dangerous question here. As a
Yeah.
DM, what is realistically the limit the wish spell can have?
That is up to your wording.
Holy fucking shit. Nuh-uh, you can't say that. I can't just say, hey, I don't want spell slots anymore and have unlimited spells forever. I can't do that. That's blasphemy. That's
Oh no, you can. I'll
you wouldn't do
you better. Here's the thing with wish, man. I have no limit. You just better word it properly.
You're gonna try and genie my ass so hard.
Because let me tell you from player to DM, right? You say, I wish for no more spell slots.
Yeah, I
wish
know
to
that.
have this all-encompassing magical power. I legit explode you into a million astral pieces, and you would turn into nothing but pure ether. So there you go. You have unlimited spell slots.
There you go. As many spell slots as you want. Boom.
Yeah.
I
So
like this.
so if you wish, you better word it properly. And also, try not to bite too much than you can chew. That's what really kills people.
I got you. Okay.
Other than that, Needle goes on and on. But it's just a bunch of random stuff that Needle himself has probably said in the past during his seminars, he liked to call them. You're not exactly too sure if the rest of the things were true. You can kind of tell he starts to flib around like halfway through his stories. He's not reliable, but certain things he is.
Needle. I have a question. Could you answer it for me?
Yes, I could try to answer for you. What do you need?
What is the most powerful astral dragon that you have ever heard of?
That I have ever heard of?
Yes.
Hmm. Well,
Are you rolling for Needle right now?
I'm rolling for his hollow protection.
I hope he rolls a natural 20 and tells me it's what's his face with the dragons.
Well, okay, I rolled for him. Well, the most dangerous, you said, or the most notable?
I'll take one of each. How about that?
Well, one of the most notable dragons that I know of, at least astral dragons, were from history books that I've read, 2 astral dragons named Dion and Procene. These dragons were said to have given birth to a race of dragons. And those dragons gave birth to more dragons, and so on and so on. And then eventually all the colors of the rainbow and all the colors of materials started to born from them. At the very least, that's what history books say. However, the most dangerous thing I've ever seen in the Astral Sea is a thing I don't even want to say its name. It is that dangerous. It is such a small and hairy little creature that it'll eat up and gulp up everything. I've heard horror stories that a group of scientists and adventurers left these creatures out on a barren planet, and they burrowed underground and destroyed rocks and ate everything that they could, and they were as big as mountains on this planet. And they're all furry, and they all cooed with like a slight vibration.
fucking Kyrion's guinea pig, I swear to God. What was it? What was it, Needle? I need to know.
I don't think you are ready. I think you are too faint of heart to hear it.
No. I'm ready. I promise.
His holographic self kind of just grabs your shoulders and he's looking you seriously dead in the eye. Just says, Tribbles.
To what, huh?
And then we're going to switch off over to the morning. I will say everything gets skipped to the morning.
Twibbles? What are twibbles?
He said tribbles.
Tribbles?
Yes.
What are those?
He looks at you dead in the eyes. The most dangerous thing I've ever saw. It ate all of my food stores in less than a day. And itself gave birth. They are born pregnant, Fugler. Do not mess with the tribble.
Needle, if I ever see you again in real life, I'm going to fucking kill you.
What do you mean real life? This is not real life.
Uh-oh, and Fugler will run over to the control panel and start pushing
Fugler,
buttons.
what do you mean? And he dissipates.
I'll have to do more research on dragons. Next time I'm just gonna generate a library. Thank you for teaching me, Neil. I'm sure they have a database on this ship. Maybe. I'm gonna go lay down. And Fugler's gonna go lay down.
Alright. Everybody slumbers off to sleep. The night goes by quickly. Everyone has food in their bellies. Tension is in the air. The day is anew. The sun is rising and shining through. Kaisai, you are awoken not just by sunlight, because you decided to sleep in over your normal 4 hours that you're used to and slept into the whole 8. As you wake up, you wake up to the fresh smell of coffee, as there's a fresh coffee cup in a small pot next to your bedside, as your husband Chakna is sitting on the other side of the room on his chair. He's already fully clothed in his officer's uniform, and he's also drinking out of a mug, and he's reading one of his books in his journals. He notices you wake up and he says, "Oh, good morning. How'd you sleep?"
Longer than I think I've slept in a long time.
It's quite rare when I wake up before you.
It is.
Well, you have coffee there. Extra pot
you.
too if you need it. I have your clothes pressed. They're waiting over there on the other chair. I'll meet you on the bridge. I'll call everybody around and we'll go down, get some information about this place. We'll take care of the problem. Go to the library tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Probably stay overnight if they're safe enough to do so. Research, grab as much as we can and we can take, because she said she'll give us entrance and guide us. She never said we can take anything.
That is true.
So I'm sure the boys will have a lot to take in research, because Bayhorn's been reading quite a lot recently.
He has.
So empty out those bags. We're going to be raiding a library tonight. He then finishes his cup, prestidigitates it, and he leaves it on the side counter. Goes over and gives you a kiss, and he says, "I'll call everybody to the bridge for you."
Thank you.
He then leaves, and about like 5 minutes later, you hear your comm badge, because he does an all call. And all the comm badges on the ship ring out. "This is Chakna speaking. I need everybody to the bridge as soon as possible. We're going to get information on where we need to go. We're going to take care of our problem. And we're going to go to a library by tonight." That is all. And you hear the chirping stop. It wakes you up, Fugler, and it also wakes up you, Bayhorn.
Guys, I will drink our first cup of coffee. Get ready. fill up her cup again and head to the bridge with her cup of coffee. Number 2.
Okay. Bayhorn and Fugler, are you guys heading over to the bridge as well?
It's back to reading while walking to the bridge.
I'll go to the bridge. Why not go to
Alright.
the bridge? Dude, if I go to the library and I find the book of exalted deeds, that'd be fucking goated, dude. I want that book. I want that book so bad.
You really want that book?
I want that book. I want that book so bad.
I will say, as everybody makes their way over to the bridge, you see Chakna waiting there, and he says, "Oh, good, everyone's already here." Like I said over on comms, we're going to go down, we're going to talk to Zitomi and Maria. We're going to get directions. I know they said east, but they never said exactly where, so we're going to make sure we get that confirmation. Once we do, we're going to fly our ship over. We're going to take care of any resistance on the ground and figure out what's going on. Once we're done with that, we head back. We get access to the library. We'll stay there for the night. We'll research, try to find anything we can, and maybe take a few books along the way.
Agree.
So, Bayhorn, got a lot more reading to do, my friend.
I just want to read this book, man.
Well, we're going to get you more. I know you like reading. Who wants to stay on the bridge, and who wants to come down with me to get some information and directions? Captain, you don't have to go down if you don't want to.
I'll get everything ready.
Anybody want to come down with me?
Where are we going?
We're going to go talk to Zitomi one last time to get information on where this place exactly is.
Yes,
We agreed to the job, but we don't know exactly where it's at.
I agree. I'll go.
All right,
got a
you're
question.
coming with me?
Seeing as she is a demon, she might have insight on this because it would burn her eyes if she saw this book. I want to know if it's in that library.
Well,
I think it's more of a joke because I don't think I'll ever see it in my probably long, long lifetime. But fingers crossed.
You can have her point to the area on your crystalline tablet.
I'll do so.
Good point. I didn't think of that. Is he... Actually, no, yeah. I'm gonna come with you, Chuck. I have a couple questions. If there's like a building, or if like there's a certain place this dude made of sludge is hiding out, where does he have like a preferred place to be? She probably knows. Maybe.
Probably. Maybe.
Hopefully.
Let's take a look. Come with me, Fugler. Anybody else?
Alright.
Bayhorn, would you like to come down, or are you going to get ready up here?
I'm gonna keep reading.
Fair enough. Finnegan raises his hand. I'll come down for support. I'll make sure everything goes well. Tiana's going to stay up here to make sure her flight check's ready. And Solde, would you like to come? I'll stay up here with the captain. Thank you, though. Alright, so it's just us boys then. Chakna just says, agreed. Let's make our way down. And he leads the both of you, Fugler and Finnegan, down to the doorway and to the open plains, where it takes you about like another 5 to 10 minutes to walk back to the Heartland. Or to the area that Zitomi is still sitting in place. She is still waiting there. She notices you all approach. Chakna first and Fugler as well. She states, "Welcome back. Did you need something? I see your ship is ready to go." Well, I have a question. I know we accepted the terms and the agreement, but we need to know where we're going. Ah, yes. It is over to the east. Look for a tree that's been struck down by lightning. Below the tree is a massive sanctuary structure with a crescent moon and a black rock that has starlight in the middle of it. The filigree and the iconography are probably glowing green due to the sludge and the ooze there. Beyond that, there should be a well of water in the middle. Not too sure how clean it is at the moment. I'd recommend not to step in it or drink any of it. It's in the middle of a crevasse, so you're either going to have to climb down or make your way down by flight or some other means. Understood?
Okay.
Chakna just nods and he just says, understood. Fugler, would you like
Yes.
to ask your question?
Okay. So you said where it is, but is there a building of some sorts? Like, I know it's going to be in the middle of a crevasse, but are we looking for a cave, a building, something that'll give away his location? Or is it some sort of secret hideout?
It's kind of secret within the crevasse. However, the very big landscape is the tree that's been struck by lightning. The tree
Okay.
was struck by lightning about a few years ago, and the lightning was so grand that it actually cut the tree in half. You'll see burn marks on the top. Shouldn't be that hard to miss from the air. You'll know you're in the right place when you see green water and mixed with black, fully overgrown, and it looks like ooze instead of natural spring water. And of course, the giant crescent moon in the middle of the sanctuary, as well as the well.
Gotcha.
So be careful making your way down.
Alrighty. I don't think it should be that difficult of a journey, right, Chakna? I mean, we can literally fly over there with the ship.
By flight, should take you about an hour. By foot, 3 to 6, depending.
3 to 6 hours or days?
Days.
Gotcha. We're flying!
By flights and by the stature of your ship, you can easily get there within an hour or so. Good luck.
You.
May the grove protect you.
One more teeny question. Do you know what's in the library that we're trying to get to? I assume...
taught me much about the library.
Aldrin?
The Sage of Time, the gentleman who was outspoken against your captain last night.
Yes?
He used to run the library before it fell. In fact, he was in the middle of it before it was fully struck, and he fell out of destruction and fell to the ground to his death. He told me many things. There's been books of ancient history there, far ancient, potentially before even the first scholars of history truly came about. That type of writings, that type of filigree is probably still inside, as long as it hasn't rotted away or been destroyed by the fall. I myself have never been inside, but I know how to get there, and I know how to get you there.
I got you. Well, sounds good enough for me. Let's go, Chakna. We need to go beat up a sludge monster.
Finnegan raises his hand a minute. Can I have one question? And she looks over at him. Of course. If I were to make a brew, a potion of your waters, am I able to bring someone or something back from the dead?
Fukler is looking at him very concerned.
She kind of tilts her head a little bit. And you see the wood start to splinter a little as well as she's doing it.
Oh!
You can. Why would you, though? What is the reason?
Oh!
A friend died 2 days ago. Thankfully, we revived him. However, I am a wizard. I know about souls, I know about ether, I know about magics, and I know about necromancy. Do the people you revive here with your water retain their souls?
Good question.
You know, young scholar, I never thought about that. That's a very interesting question. Perhaps I'll look into it. Maybe you should also look into it as well. Thank you for the insight. Thank you for answering my question as best as you could. We'll leave now. And he just says, let's go, Fugler. And he and Chakna start to walk up ahead of you, and you decide to catch up with them, Fugler.
Give me a minute, guys. That hurt like shit.
You okay?
I sat on my balls.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Like halfway through that conversation, I was like, "Oh,
Mi huevo.
mi huevo."
I hope you're okay. You feeling
No, I'm
alright?
fine. Yeah, no.
And-
It gave me like that whole pain in your stomach thing that just rises up. Yeah, no. It did that for a second. I'm fine, but like it
All right.
kind of threw me off kilter.
Good. I'm glad. Alright. Anyways, where were we? Yes, you guys were leaving, and
Yes.
you guys were heading back to the ship. I will say, to sim through it, everything goes by quick. You guys make it back to the ship. Guys make it back to the bridge. Kaisai, you see Chakna, Pugler, and Finnegan get up safely as they return to the bridge.
Got what we need?
Just
Yes.
about.
Got what we need.
And unless you want to walk there, I recommend we take the ship, please. I don't
Oh.
want to walk.
I prefer to fly.
That's good. I'm glad.
All right.
Well, then, let's get us going.
Chakna speaks up as he sits down next to you, Kaisai. Tiana, take us up into the air. Tiana looks over at him and nods at both of you. Let's get the show rolling. We got a library to pillage. And she starts to hit up all these crystalline ruins and markings, and you feel the essence of the ship start to roar to life as you guys are starting to like get up off the ground, and you see like all this wind and gusts start to blow around you before all of you guys start to take off and move. Not too quickly because she doesn't want to destroy anything down below. But you guys quickly move out into upper airspace, not too far up because you don't want to hit any of the rock formations up ahead, but just enough where you could probably skydive or parachute from the ship if you needed to. But she starts flying eastward. Chakna states, "We're looking for a big tree, something that was struck down a couple years ago, lightning bolt, burn marks, that leads into a crevasse, something hidden. No other way to get in there except for flying down or by roping down. I don't think we'll be able to take the ship there. Not too sure how big it is. So keep an eye out, everybody. So whoever is going to be keeping an eye out, please roll perception."
Perception.
22.
22,
Oh, never mind.
nice.
She did better than I could have ever done, so.
Is there anybody else want to try?
Yes.
All right, try it.
Womp womp.
12, okay. Bayhorn, do you want to try or are you going to keep reading?
I'm gonna keep reading.
All right. Kaisai, as you're overlooking the skies, You guys take about an hour and a half flight over to the east as you guys are patrolling the large area, but thankfully you get to the point where you're so high in the sky you can see miles almost in every direction depending on where you're pointing. You do see about a 20-minute flight a little bit northeast from your current position as you guys are flying over this giant crevasse and area. You see what seems to be that giant tree. The tree trunk is so huge that you surmise that if it were fully grown, this tree could probably grow a few hundred miles up into the air.
Damn.
However, you do notice the burn marks. Huge, giant gnashes of burn marks that have just totally destroyed the top of this tree. You're not too sure exactly where the rest of the tree went because if a tree was supposed to be that big, you're not too sure where the things would go, but everything's disappeared. However, you do see, as you guys are flying over with your over 20 score, you see an open crevasse-like area, big enough where you can feasibly climb through with like rope or fly through manually using fly spells, but small enough where you can't exactly fit the ship in. So you're gonna have to leave the ship upwards as you guys manually fly downwards or rope downwards. But you do see what looks to be an image of. I will show you the map. You see this. You see this overgrown green and black swampy image of this area of the tree trunk at top, a crevasse cavern hiding other ruins, and a giant crescent moon circle or a giant crescent moon statue at the very top of it with like this starry like rock formation in the middle of it, filled with these green and oozy like bright runes. As Tiana starts to head downwards and she says, "All right, I'm gonna make a landing." She starts to flow into a good landing zone just above and over the crevasse area, so that you guys are able to rappel down using rope or fly manually. And she eventually does park it, and she kind of turns around. She looks at you guys. Well, who's going down?
We all are.
I don't have the ring of feather falling anymore. I can't do that.
Well, how many people can fly?
I can cast the fly spell, but perhaps we have
How
enough
far
rope.
down is it?
What was that, Bayhorn? What'd you say?
How far down is it?
It's about 200, 300 foot drop.
Mm,
Oh. How many people do we have?
7.
You have 7 people?
Finnegan raises his hand. I got the fly spell. I know how to fly. Do you know how to fly, Captain?
I do.
Alright, so that's 2 spells, so at the very least I can cast it on Fugler, and Fugler can go up and down and carry us. That's for 10 minutes though. But the problem is, I'm not too sure as soon as we touch ground, we're gonna get ambushed. Does anybody else know how to fly? And he kind of looks at everybody else. Isolde shakes her head. Tiana's like, all I can do is really jump. But jumping from that distance, I might die.
So we have 2 fly
Pussy, I'm willing to do it.
2 fly spells and a suicidal paladin.
Yeah.
If I had full
you
plate
guys can
armor, I'd
cast it on
actually do it.
yourself, right?
Yeah,
Do
we
you?
can cast it on ourselves.
What about you,
Okay.
Bayhorn? Any of your sneak spells can get us down there?
So that's what 5 more people we have to deal with?
Yeah.
All right. Well, this will be a little unfortunate, but how about Fugler, Tiana?
Oh dang, Tiana, we're doing this together.
Who else can't fly? Chakna, you can't fly, can you?
Chakna kind of looks over you and he's just like, let me see here. Let me see. Can Chakna fly? Can he learn fly?
I don't think so. He's an artificer.
Well, he can learn fly. It's a 3rd level spot. But I don't think
He can learn fly. But the thing is, he has to unprepare a current spell. He knows it.
Doesn't he have to take a long rest to do that?
He could switch it out, but he doesn't have to take a long rest. You're right. He can't do fly right now.
Alright, those 3 go first, along with the 2 people who can fly naturally.
he's got feather fall.
Oh, he can feather fall.
Oh, you can featherfall? Alright, who
Yeah.
else
Who?
is then after that?
Who is
Uh,
saying Featherfall? Chakna can
Chakna.
Featherfall?
Actually, Chakna could choose up to 5 creatures.
Oh, well then we'll just...
Then that's fine. Yeah. One featherfall can get 5 people down there.
How many
fly.
feet do you have for Featherfall?
60 feet per round, and it'll last for 1 minute.
That's enough.
That's enough.
So 60
That's 30
feet
seconds.
per round,
It's 30 seconds.
and so
of
that's
featherfall
every
remaining.
6 seconds. So
Yes. So yeah, so you can easily make it down in like 2 to 3 seconds.
a calculator. This is a simple.
If
So
it's
60 feet
per round.
Yeah, so
Times
every 6
6.
seconds.
Yeah.
So
you
that's
need, like,
360. That's 60
so
feet.
it's 300 seconds. Something like that.
What? 300
Right?
seconds.
If every round is 6 seconds, you fall 60
Yeah.
feet per round?
Yeah, so you fall.
So 6 times 10 is
6
1
times
full
6.
minute.
Yeah, so 600 feet in 1 minute.
Yeah, but we only have
Yes.
to fall 300 feet.
Yeah, so one
Yeah.
So we only need
one
half of
feather
that
fall's
time.
good. Yeah, so he's
yeah,
good.
I was just saying.
He's
I was
good.
just saying we only needed 30 seconds of featherfall.
Actually,
Well,
no, it's 360 feet.
Okay, 360 feet. That's still good.
Yeah, no,
because
that's still more.
Yeah.
Because if it's 6 seconds or 6 rounds, because 6 rounds is a full minute, right? Because
Yeah.
that's 6 seconds a round.
Yeah.
That would make 60 feet per round. 60 times 6 would be 360 feet in total that we would go through. That you can do for feather falling in total.
That is correct.
So if I'm doing the math right, we're just gonna barely make it.
Yep.
Barely make it.
You see Chakna gets up out of his seat and he just says, "All right. Captain, do you have any words for us?"
Yeah, what's the plan for getting back out?
flying.
Figured out. We need to train Nympho how to work the teleporter.
We have a teleporter.
Finnegan can teleport us out, and Finnegan looks over. He's like, "Yeah, just give me some time to write a circle on the ground. I can get us out of there. So don't have
So
to worry about
can
it too much."
Captain.
Yeah, Captain can as well.
Perfect. Let's head down there then. We'll get our ship, bottle it, and head down.
Let's get ready for a fight. As everybody starts to step off, everybody gets ready. They're battle ready now. Everybody has their spells and everything else in order.
I'm
You take
back to
you take the bottle, and you uncork it, and you sunk the ship back into the bottle once again. Or do you want to put the ship in the bottle, or do you want to leave it out?
I'm putting it in a bottle. I don't.
Okay.
I'm worried
You don't-
about wildlife coming over and accidentally.
Giant spider. This is my home now.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen.
Fair. You bottle it up, and as you bottle up, speaking of wildlife, as you kind of look around, you see all sorts of wildlife teeming. Bison, cows, horses running about. It's almost a paradise if you don't think about everything else that's outside the crater and down below. But eventually, as you guys look into this crevasse, and as your guys are ready to jump in, we're going to call it for tonight. So next week, we'll get started on fighting whatever is down there, down below. Whatever creature is sent by this king of nothing.
And I thought we were gonna kill him tonight.
3 a.m.
It's true. It's late.
It is a little bit late for Shelby and I.
You guys are probably tired.
I
A
need to
little bit
go eat
tired.
dinner at some point.
And Preston's got to go eat. So, actually, if you guys want, well, can't play tomorrow because Cedric's got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Edric's got a
my
girlfriend.
Do you have? You guys start school on Wednesday, right?
Thursday.
Thursday. Y'all want to play Wednesday?
This day. Oh God. Sure.
Don't you have work
Shelby?
that day, Preston?
I'm fine. I have
What?
20 hours of PTO.
I was
Dude,
about to say,
I don't have work on Wednesday.
I was about to say, like, if when Shelby gets home, we'll eat dinner. We'll start at our normal time, and if Shelby's willing to do so, she can take some PTO.
Yeah.
You guys want to play Wednesday? One D&D battle session and library hijinks before you guys go to school?
Oh, that is this week, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Cedric, I don't want to go to
I'm
school.
gonna kill myself.
Yeah, I feel that.
Fuck school.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Well, in any case, we'll figure out that plans later. We'll either play same time this week or same time next week, or we'll play Wednesday. But for now, hope you have a good night. We'll see you all next week. That was fun.